Chapter 1906. Hua Xiaoheng left Gu Nianji's apartment building and went to the underground parking lot to get his car. He quickly drove out. He wasn't in a hurry to find He Zichu and He Changjian. Instead, he drove around for a while to organize his thoughts and plan of action. Lorraine wasn't an idiot. If they wanted to exchange terms with him, they would need to contact the highest level to win his trust. However, if this matter was done by the highest level and Lorraine exposed it in the future, then the highest level that the Huaxia Empire had taken the initiative to contact would probably lose their reputation and step down in dejection. Hua Xiaoheng was used to looking 3 steps before taking 1 step. He also had to evaluate the follow-up effects of the operation so that he could deal with the possible adverse consequences in advance. Although Gu Nianji's strategy would work, there would be endless consequences. He aimlessly drove through the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. When he drove past the embassy area, his heart skipped a beat. He was a Soviet diplomat, and the United States and the Soviet Union had always been mortal enemies. Perhaps he could use this relationship? A plan slowly formed in Hua Xiaoheng's mind. He put on his Bluetooth headset and called He Zichu. "Young Master He, do you have any leads?" He Zichu had just come out of the conference room. He stood by the window in the corridor and lit a cigarette. He said coldly, "We're still making arrangements. Do you have any leads?" Nianji just speculated that the person who will receive Qin Beiyoi will be Lorraine. He Zichu was slightly taken aback. Then, a smile appeared on his lips that he didn't even notice. He said lightly, "She's quite quick-witted. Yes, we've confirmed that Qin Beiyoi is contacting Lorraine. And we've also received news that Lorraine's private plane is flying towards the Imperial Capital International Airport." It seemed like He Zichu and He Changjian were already prepared. Hua Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel back to the Soviet embassy and said, "Then what do you plan to do?" "Of course we'll take drastic measures and cut off Qin Beioi's retreat." He Zichu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled white smoke out the window. "All Lorraine wants is Qin Yaowang. It's good that you're prepared." Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he got out of the car. "But don't contact Lorraine on your own. Don't do anything that might cause others to gossip about you." He Zichu felt a headache coming on as he threw the cigarette into the trash can under the window. "I told the old man that he's determined to deal with Qin Bei. He doesn't care if it hurts himself in the future." In other words, He Changjian and Gu Nianji were thinking the same thing, and He Zichu was thinking about the same thing as Hua Xiaoheng. He Changjian might have thought of the consequences. He was much more experienced than He Zichu, but the reason why he didn't care was probably because he didn't want to live anymore. Hua Xiaoheng walked towards the entrance of the Soviet embassy. After pondering for a long time, he said, "If they haven't started communicating yet, tell your people to stop immediately. I intend to do this." Over the phone, Hua Xiaoheng vaguely expressed his thoughts, and He Zichu understood immediately. Doing so would not make He Changjian bear the responsibility, but would also make Lorraine fall into the trap and give up on Qin hegemony. He Zichu was silent for a while. "I'll find someone else for the meeting." He turned around and entered the conference room. He announced that the operation would be suspended and the people who had just been in the meeting would be called back for the meeting. He Changjian also received a text message from He Zichu. "The situation has changed. The Soviet Union is involved." He Changjian frowned. The Soviet Union was also interested in Qin Yaowang's perfect gene. That wasn't impossible, but with the KGB's ace of the Far East Peter around, would the Soviet Union really be interested in Qin Yaowang? It wasn't that He Changjian didn't suspect it. He sat in his study and stared at Qin Suin's photo for a long time. His fingers gently caressed Qin Suin's bright smile on the photo, and he whispered, "Su, what do you think I should do?" Lorraine's private plane finally landed at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital's International Airport. He was an old friend of the Huaxiao Empire's higher-ups. Unfortunately, the people he was familiar with had either retired or passed away. They were no longer in their positions. He wasn't familiar with the 3 people who were truly in power now: General He Changjian, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Xie Beichen. However, although he wasn't familiar with them, his status was still there. No one could belittle him. Lorraine calmly lit a cigar and sat in a comfortable seat in his private plane, waiting for the Huaxia Empire to send someone to pick him up. However, after waiting for an hour, he didn't see the Huaxia Empire's official reception staff. He only waited for the Huaxia Empire's international airport to urge him to get off the plane and go through the customs procedures. Lorraine cursed under his breath. His expression was already a little ugly. He stood up and left the private plane under the escort of his bodyguards and staff. He went to the customs to go through the customs procedures. There was no red carpet, no special passage, and he had to line up with the untouchables of the third world to enter the customs. It was a great humiliation. Although Lorraine appeared to be gentle, polite, and treated everyone equally, deep down in his heart, he was a white supremacist. He completely looked down on the people from the third world countries and even discriminated against them. He thought that they were ants who wasted Blue Planet's resources and needed to be eliminated. However, due to the rampant political correctness in the United States, he never dared to bring it up. However, the hidden meaning behind his action plan and all the charity funds was to reduce the population of the third world as much as possible, whether it was through violence or civilization. Unfortunately, after more than 100 years of genetic experiments, the perfect gene that appeared in the end was actually born from the Huaxia people. This person, whether it was Wen Shui or Qin Yaowang, was a genuine Asian Huaxia, not a Caucasian. As soon as Lorraine walked out of the customs, he received a call from Qin Bei. This was the special line between him and Qin Bei. It was a communication channel provided by a proprietary satellite, and the level of confidentiality was even higher than the calls between the heads of countries. This was because when they were talking, the satellite could guarantee that only 2 phones could talk at a time. Other phones could not connect to the satellite network at all. This kind of physical exclusive communication method was the safest and most confidential. No matter how skilled a hacker was, they would not be able to hack in because they were excluded from the start. Of course, this was also an extremely expensive communication method. Only organizations like the Lorraine Financial Group could afford it. Lorraine held the phone and asked as he walked, "Where are you now? Have you prepared the things I want?" At this time, Qin Bei was in an old and chaotic residential area in the 5th ring road of the imperial capital that was about to be demolished. He had bought the house here many years ago. At the time, he did not think about demolishing it, but he was prepared to have 3 boroughs. Once he was discovered, he knew that he would not be able to escape, so he had a plan ahead. The houses in the residential area were still low-rise bungalows from the 60s and 70s of the last century. It looked like an old-fashioned courtyard house with smoke-gray bricks and a grayish-black roof. There was a locust tree in front of the door, and it looked exactly like the densely packed houses around it. However, the inside of the courtyard house was a different world. The decoration was very comfortable and modern. Most importantly, there was a cellar, which was actually a tunnel that led to the entrance of the highway. Qin Bei stood in front of the window of the converted study in the east wing of the courtyard house and looked at the sky in the 4 corners of the courtyard. He held the phone in one hand and played with 2 iron walnuts wrapped in paste in the other. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Lorraine, we've agreed on the terms. If you take me abroad, I'll give you the things. You can't go back on your word." Lorraine smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm already here." "What else do you have to worry about?" "Don't worry, I'll personally take you out on my private plane. No one will dare to stop me." His Chinese was very fluent and even had the unique accent of the people of the imperial capital. However, he had never shown this ability in front of others. In order to make Qin Bei feel at ease, no matter how reluctant he was, he treated him as one of his own. Qin Bei nodded slightly. He did not completely believe Lorraine. If this person was really trustworthy, he would not have asked the United States to withdraw from the trade war. However, he really needed Lorraine's help now. He Changjian, that old man, had cast an inescapable net in the imperial capital, just like how he had pursued Gu Xiangwen back then. Qin Bei was filled with anger, but he had no choice but to hide. He had tried to leave the imperial capital countless times in the past 2 days, but whether it was by road, water, or air, he could not leave. Every time he was almost discovered by the other party, he would retreat back, and the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. For the first time, Qin Bei fell at the end of the road. He raised his hand and made a wait-and-see gesture in the Peking opera. He sang a verse from Missing Airstrike. I was watching the mountain scenery from the city tower when I heard the chaos outside the city. Banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. How lucky you were to get 3 cities in a row. Greedy and insatiable, you seize my west city. Zhuge is waiting in the watchtower, waiting for Sima to come here, so we can have a heart-to-heart talk. After he finished singing Missing Airstrike, Qin Bei's phone rang again. He looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. To be precise, the phone showed a phone number from the Soviet Union. This was today's second update. Chapter 1895, Cut Off His Retreat. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1907. Why would a Soviet person call him? Did a Soviet swindler call the wrong number? Qin Bei muttered in his heart, but he still picked up the phone. Not for any other reason, but because his number was only known to the most trusted and important people. Ordinary people would not know it. He was afraid of missing out on important information. After the call was connected, a person with a Russian accent spoke in Chinese. His tone was a little strange, and when he spoke faster, his tongue almost made a clicking sound like a bullet. Qin Bei frowned with a headache, but he still understood the other person's words because the other person repeated the same sentence 3 times, like a repeater. Hello, Mr. Qin Bei. Hello, Mr. Qin Bei. Hello, Mr. Qin Bei. Qin Bei said with a headache. May I ask who you are? Why do you have to repeat the same sentence 3 times? The person paused and said, I'm an outreach officer from the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau. Don't you have a saying in your country that important things must be said 3 times? Qin Bei, how did he not know this saying? However, the other party directly said that he was a staff member of the Soviet KGB, so Qin Bei's heart was beating fast. He asked tentatively, the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau? Please forgive my ignorance, but what kind of organization is this? The other party laughed. Don't pretend. Is there anyone in the Huaxia Empire who doesn't know what the KGB is? Qin Bei, the corners of his mouth twitched. Really? Is it really the KGB that we know of? But why would the KGB call me again? I'm not a Soviet. The other party said, You're not a Soviet, but I know that you're in urgent need of help and want to leave the Huaxiao Empire, right? Qin Bei's heart tightened, and he subconsciously looked around. The moon was still bright outside the window, and a few fragrant flowers were swaying in front of the window. The unique flowers were reflected on the window paper, and the sparse shadows were slanted and silent. Qin Bei's heart was pounding, and he felt a little paranoid. He quickly walked to the window, closed the curtains, and said with a straight face, You've called the wrong number. You still won't admit it? The other party laughed. If I know your phone number, I can know your current location. Mr. Qin Bei, if you really want to leave this country, you can only accept our help now. I can tell you that no one can help you except us. Qin Bei almost threw his phone to the ground. Lorraine had sent someone from the United States to deliver this phone to him. It was said to be the latest high-tech product. Didn't Lorraine say that this phone was absolutely confidential and that no one would be able to track its location? How did the KGB get their hands on his phone number? They even found his location. Qin Bei's back was drenched in sweat. He suppressed his racing heart and pretended to be calm. Is that so? Does he really know where I am? Then tell me, where am I? That person really did give the address. It was the place where Qin Bei was located. His heart sank to the bottom. His first reaction was to crawl into the cellar and escape through the tunnel. However, before he could act, the other party said sincerely, Mr. Qin Bei, don't panic and don't be anxious. We sincerely want to cooperate with you and save you. As soon as he heard the word cooperate, Qin Bei's uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. You want to cooperate with me? A smug smile appeared on his lips. What can I cooperate with you? I won't keep you in suspense. The other party's tone became very sincere. We Soviets speak and do things as one, and we are very honest. We know that you have important research data and samples of your daughter, Ms. Qin Yaowang. We hope that you can consider our country. Our country can give you shelter and be your refuge. Qin Bei heaved a sigh of relief and began to play Tai Chi. Really? Well, that's negotiable. I need to think about it carefully. How about this? Send me your action plan. If it's suitable, I'm willing to cooperate with you. He had always cooperated with Western countries in the past, but this time, even the Soviet Union was involved. It was obvious how important the thing in his hands was. The other party said yes. Please wait a moment. I'll send you our action plan immediately. Not long after, Qin Bei's phone received the action plan from the other party. He took a rough look and immediately felt that the Soviets were indeed honest. They said they would protect him, and they didn't beat around the bush at all. At this time, Lorraine had just sat down in the room he had booked at a 5-star hotel in the capital. Before he could take a sip of water, his subordinate called him and said nervously, "Mr. Lorraine, our phone surveillance shows that the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau just called Qin Bei." What? The Soviet KGB again? Lorraine was furious. They just won't go away. This reminded him of a while ago in New York. For when Shuyi, the Soviet KGB, had also made a move, but they didn't succeed. He didn't expect that they still wouldn't give up. This time they went straight to Qin Bei. Lorraine knew how cunning Qin Bei was. He wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. This time, he even wanted him to come to Huaxiao personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't negotiate with them. Now that the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau had given him the action plan, it would be strange if this old man didn't hang him up and sell him. Lorraine kicked over the glass coffee table in the living room and shouted angrily, "Answer his call." His subordinate hurriedly called Qin Bei's number again. Qin Bei's old laughter came from the phone. Lorraine was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit, but he had already put on a standard Western gentleman smile. He said politely, "Mr. Qin, have you thought about it? When can we meet?" Qin Bei smiled and said, "It's too late today. Maybe another day. I need a rest. You know, I'm getting old and I don't sleep well every day. It's not easy for me to feel sleepy, so I won't be able to talk to you anymore." Then, he immediately turned off the phone. He felt that if the Soviets knew his location, Lorraine might also know. Moreover, this phone was given to him by Lorraine, so there might be some monitoring software in it. With this thought in mind, Qin Bei immediately ordered his subordinate to buy him a phone online and send it to another location by express delivery tomorrow. He did not intend to continue using the phone that Lorraine gave him. When Lorraine saw Qin Bei hang up on him, he confirmed that Qin Bei was going to be hung up and sold. The conditions that he used as a precondition were definitely not suitable. Qin Bei was a typical businessman. A businessman who was willing to sell anything as long as someone was willing to buy it. And the most obvious characteristic of a businessman was that the highest bidder would win, or in simpler terms, profit was everything. Now that the KGB of the Soviet Union was involved, Lorraine could only compete with the KGB. After thinking for a long time, Lorraine sent a text to Qin Bei's phone. "I'll double the previous price and give you U.S. citizenship. You'll be protected by the CIA for life." Lorraine knew that the first condition was fine. Qin Bei did not lack money, but the second condition, the elite protection of the CIA was what attracted Qin Bei the most. Wasn't Qin Bei afraid of death at his age? The next morning, Qin Bei woke up very early. The phone that he had ordered online had not arrived yet, so he had no choice but to take the phone that Lorraine gave him and open it. As soon as he opened it, he saw the text message that Lorraine had sent last night. Seeing this simple sentence, the smile on Qin Bei's face involuntarily widened. Sure enough, there was only progress when there was competition. Qin Bei had hinted to Lorraine about the latter condition, but Lorraine pretended to be deaf and dumb and refused to guarantee his personal safety when he went to the United States. Qin Bei carefully admired Lorraine's text message before tapping his reply with one finger. "Not only me, but also the personal safety of the descendants of the Qin family. You also have to guarantee the personal safety of my family's descendants, including my daughter, Qin Yaowang. You have to be responsible for getting her out." Qin Bei knew very well that Qin Yaowang did not have the so-called perfect genes. He had seen the surveillance video of Qin Yaowang's secret laboratory online, but he also knew what happened afterwards. This was because Qin Yaowang had indeed tried to modify her own genes. She had once thought that she had succeeded, but later discovered that she had not succeeded. Her genes had even deteriorated. However, Qin Bei would not say a word now. He still hoped to use this condition to beat her at her own game and make Lorraine do whatever it took to get Qin Yaowang out of the country. Qin Bei truly knew that all the data and samples he had were not as important as Qin Yaowang. She was the one who truly knew the condition of Gun Yinji's genes. Qin Bei had sensed something unusual from the recent series of events, and that was Gun Yinji's genes were even more confusing. Therefore, the first step of his plan was to first confirm Qin Yaowang's perfect genes identity before he could get Lorraine or the KGB to get her out of the country. After they successfully went abroad and settled down, he would then carry out the second step of his plan with Qin Yaowang. And Gun Yinji was their trump card for the second step of their plan, and also their last trump card. He would never expose himself until the very last moment. Once exposed, he and Qin Yaowang would be of no value to Lorraine and the KGB. He was not stupid enough to expose all his trump cards and trump cards before he could safely go abroad. When Lorraine saw Qin Bei's text message, he secretly cursed him for being greedy, but he was not particularly angry. This was because his main purpose in coming to Huaxiao was not to pick up Qin Bei, but to get Qin Yaowang away. He sat up from the bed and only replied with 2 words, "Deal." When Qin Bei saw the reply, he smiled in satisfaction and also replied, "Happy cooperation." Although he had received an olive branch from the KGB, he had never thought of cooperating with the KGB. The Soviet Union was not a place for him. He still preferred the free and prosperous Western countries like the United States. However, what he did not know was that Lorraine had just received call. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lorraine? I am Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Embassy. I have a cooperation plan that I would like to discuss with you." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1896, Happy Cooperation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1908. Lorraine immediately went on high alert. What was the Soviet Union trying to do? First, the KGB's Far Eastern Bureau had approached Qin Bei to help him escape. Then the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs had approached him. Lorraine said coldly, "Mr. Peter, you can talk to my secretary if you have something to say." He was about to hang up the phone. The caller was Hua Xiaoheng. He stood in front of the window and looked out at the clear blue sky and the lush greenery downstairs. He didn't mind Lorraine's refusal and continued, "I'm in the room next to your hotel. If you're interested, we can talk face to face." Lorraine's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. In the room next to his. Had his whereabouts been exposed? He was silent for a few seconds before nodding. "Okay, you can come to my room if you need anything." There were about a dozen staff and bodyguards in and out of his room. The other party was only one person, so no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't kill all of them at once. Also, this was the Huaxiao Empire, not the Soviet Union. He didn't believe the other party would be so bold as to openly fight him here. Lorraine put down the phone and rubbed his furrowed brows. After a while, the doorbell to the hotel room rang. One of Lorraine's bodyguards opened the door and saw a handsome man with a dignified appearance standing at the door. He was so handsome that no one could take their eyes off him. He wore a well-ironed suit, but the tightly wrapped shirt and trousers didn't make him look civilized. Instead, he exuded a strong sense of aggression and an intimidating aura. It was as if he wouldn't hesitate to snap anyone's neck no matter who stood in his way. Although the person who opened the door was a seasoned bodyguard, he was still intimidated by Hua Xiaoheng's aura and immediately bowed respectfully to make way for him. For these bodyguards, they had more animal instincts than ordinary people. They could instantly tell who was a big shot, who was someone they could not afford to offend, and who was a weakling they could bully at will. Hua Xiaoheng walked in calmly and extended his hand to the serious Lorraine in the living room with a smile. "Mr. Lorraine, I'm Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. Nice to meet you." Lorraine didn't shake his hand. and arrogantly looked him over from head to toe. He had to admit that as far as Asians were concerned, the person in front of him was indeed an elite in terms of appearance. Compared to the white elites, they were not much inferior. In fact, they might even surpass them. However, he didn't think that Hua Xiaoheng's abilities could be compared to elite white people. It's just his good looks, Laurel thought inwardly. He stood up slowly but didn't shake Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Instead, he took out a cigar and lit it on his palm. The staff beside him immediately stepped forward, took out a knife to cut off the end of the cigar, and then lit it for him. Hua Xiaoheng's outstretched hand seemed a little awkward, but he naturally went with the flow and raised his arms in front of him. I'm here to negotiate. Everyone, don't be nervous. I'm not armed. He made it sound like Lorraine was afraid of him. Lorraine could no longer maintain his composure. The corner of his mouth twitched as he nodded. What does Mr. Peter want to talk about? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the people in the room with a smile. Are these your confidants? Do you really want to discuss our plan with me in front of so many people? Lorraine turned and said, Come in with me. He led Hua Xiaoheng to the small guest room of the hotel suite. His bodyguards and staff closed the door and stood guard outside. Hua Xiaoheng followed him in and sat down in front of Lorraine. Lorraine crossed his legs and took a puff of his cigar. He asked nonchalantly, Mr. Peter, what brings you here? Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly and stared into Lorraine's eyes. He went straight to the point. Mr. Lorraine III, you came to Huaxia for Qin Yaowang, not for Qin Hai, right? Lorraine's eyes narrowed as he instinctively retorted, Neither. I came to Huaxia for sightseeing. Hua Xiaoheng laughed soundlessly. He looked at Lorraine mockingly and raised his brows slightly. His entire person was indescribably flirtatious, as if the aggressive aura from before was just a facade. Lorraine felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but he still forced himself to say, Mr. Peter, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs casually. He rested one arm on the sofa's armrest and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. He said calmly, It's not that I don't believe you. Looking for someone and sightseeing aren't contradictory. Lorraine was speechless. All right, since Mr. Lorraine wants to beat around the bush, I don't have that much time to entertain you. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. You have your plan, and I have mine. Since we can't work together, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Lorraine didn't expect this Soviet to be so impatient. He was going to quit after just a few words. He hurriedly stood up and asked tentatively, Mr. Peter, are you really a diplomat from the Soviet embassy? What kind of cooperation do you want with me? I'm not a public official. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and took out his ID. Take a look for yourself. You can also get your people to check with the Soviet Union to see if I'm a Soviet diplomat. Lorraine quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's Russian ID. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he changed his expression and relaxed with a smile. Then what exactly does Mr. Peter want to talk about? Mr. Lorraine hasn't answered me yet. Are you here for Qin Yaowang? Of course. Lorraine was being honest. Not only Qin Yaowang, but also Qin Bei. I want to take both of them away. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and stood up straight. He was a head taller than Lorraine. You're really confident that you can really take these two people away from the He family? The He father and son hate Qin Yaowang and Qin Bei. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to worry about that. I have my ways. Lorraine laughed heartily and looked very happy. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and his expression became serious. But we also want Qin Yaowang. What should we do? Mr. Lorraine, can you be magnanimous? You want Qin Bei and we want Qin Yaowang. Let's work together and take what we need. How about that? You can take what you need for something like this. Lorraine laughed and shook his head. No, we want both of them, not one less. If you can part with it, I can tell you Qin Bei's whereabouts right now, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Our people just spoke to him on the phone and confirmed his coordinates. Lorraine's expression changed when he heard that. He first cursed Qin Bei for being so stupid. How did he get targeted by the KGB? But on second thought, Qin Bei's phone was specially made, and he had personally sent someone to deliver it to him. This high-tech phone couldn't be cracked by any current means. How did this Soviet man crack it? But then he thought about how Hua Xiaoheng was most likely backed by the KGB, and it was very likely that he was the KGB himself. Many diplomats were intelligence agents, and this was also a tacit secret between countries. Lorraine's pupils contracted again. Mr. Peter, are you really a diplomat? Aren't you from the KGB? Hua Xiaoheng also looked surprised. You already knew that we spoke to Qin Bei. Didn't you say that you spoke to him? Lorraine averted his gaze uncomfortably. But what I just said was that our people just spoke to him on the phone. If you only got the information from me, you wouldn't think that it was the KGB. I'm just a law-abiding diplomat, Hua Xiaoheng said with a faint smile. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. But you mentioned the KGB all of a sudden. That means that you know who called Qin Bei. No one else could come up with this reasoning. Lorraine glared at Hua Xiaoheng, neither admitting nor denying it. I don't care what your motives are, but don't even think about taking these two people away from me. Hua Xiaoheng clicked his tongue. You make it sound like you've already got them. Do you know where Qin Yaowang is? Where did Qin Bei move to? If you don't believe me, you could try calling his phone and see if you can still get through. Lorraine stared at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously and dialed Qin Bei's number again. Just as Hua Xiaoheng said, Qin Bei's phone was turned off, and he couldn't find any trace of him. This old bastard. Lorraine gritted his teeth and cursed. What the hell is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? Of course, it goes to the highest bidder. Hang it up and sell it, Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully. He then took out his phone and played a recording of Qin Bei's call with the KGB to discuss terms with Lorraine. If you really want what I have, you should at least give me this amount and give me a legal identity in the United States. Also, send your people to protect the safety of my family for the next 100 years. Don't forget, Mr. Lorraine from America also wants what I have. He offered this amount. Lorraine. Qin Bei had everything going for him. The price he offered to the KGB was already several times higher than his own. It was almost half of the Lorraine family's wealth that they had accumulated over hundreds of years. If Lorraine's guess was correct, Qin Bei would soon return with the KGB's offer to negotiate with him. Lorraine's mind raced, but before he could make a decision, his phone rang. It was an unknown number with a text message. I'm Qin Bei. This is my new number. The phone you gave me accidentally fell into the bathtub. It's flooded and can't be used anymore. Lorraine was expressionless as he answered the phone in front of Hua Xiaoheng. As expected, Qin Bei was demanding an exorbitant price on the phone and offered Lorraine an even higher price. It was more than half of Lorraine's entire family's wealth. Lorraine's knuckles cracked. However, he didn't show it in his tone and said pleasantly, "Okay, I'll think about it. Do you want to have your phone repaired? It's not safe to call me from another phone." Qin Bei laughed heartily and said, "It's fine. I got someone to buy it for me. No one will know that I'm using it." He had bought it online anyway, so the person who bought it had nothing to do with them. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get it to him. Moreover, the phone was installed with a program to hide his IP address. No one would be able to locate him. Qin Bei finally felt safe. After putting down the phone, Lorraine's expression immediately changed. He extended his hand to Hua Xiaoheng. "Let's get these two out of the country together. Then we'll study it together." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and shook hands with Qin Bei with a smile. Deal. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1897. Who's the Big Boss? A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are especially important. P.S. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 10,000 Shidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1909. Lorraine also grasped Hua Xiaoheng's hand, her expression returning to normal. He smiled and said, "Since we're working together, let's discuss how to get this father and daughter pair out." Originally, it was a bit difficult to rely on Lorraine's strength alone. Plus, the person he really wanted was Qin Yaowang. Moreover, he was not facing an ordinary person, but He Chengjian, who had the backing of the entire country, and He Zhichu. Hua Xiaoheng looked troubled and nodded. "I also think it's a bit difficult to rely on our country's strength alone. Think about it. He Chengjian had a feud with Qin Yaowang for killing his wife. How could he let her go?" "Yeah," Lorraine sighed. He had also watched the whole process of the trial. The subsequent development was really full of twists and turns. That amazing operation was really dazzling. I just don't understand. How did Gunyinji get the surveillance video at the end? Lorraine slapped her forehead and slumped onto the sofa, no longer putting on airs. Even I can't find the exact address of Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. Hua, Xiaoheng shrugged. Maybe the He father and son helped her. After all, she's fighting a lawsuit for He Chengjian's deceased wife. I don't need to explain the He family's power, right? Hua Xiaoheng's mixture of truth and falsehood had even frightened Lorraine. Furthermore, He Chengjian was indeed famous. Most people wouldn't dare to go against him. I see. Lorraine narrowed his blue eyes. Then what does Mr. Peter want to do? Hua Xiaoheng pretended to think about it. After a while, he said hesitantly, the cooperation between our two families depends on how sincere Mr. Lorraine is. Lorraine also pretended to think for a moment before saying, how about this? Let's have Qin Bei hide in your Soviet embassy first. As you know, the embassy is equivalent to national territory. As long as he enters the embassy, the Huaxia Empire can't do anything to him. Even if He Chengjian was the head of state of a country, it wouldn't work. This was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted, but he didn't agree right away. Instead, he said awkwardly, but if this is leaked, it will affect the diplomatic relationship between our country and the Huaxia Empire. It's not like you don't know that our country's diplomatic relations with China have always been very good. Lorraine grinned and said, is that so? I'm not sure about that. In his heart, he was actually saying, of course I know, that's why I want you to hide Qin Bei. If the Huaxia Empire didn't find out, everyone would be happy. If they found out, China and the Soviet Union would be the ones who would be affected. The U.S. would have nothing to do with it. The United States was still a pure and innocent white lotus. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened. Mr. Loring, this is not right. Have you ever seen a cooperation that only enjoys the rights but does not fulfill the obligations? Lorraine wasn't embarrassed that Hua Xiaoheng had seen through him. He laughed and said, sure. Of course, you won't be the only one to bear the risk. How about this? Qin Bei will be taken in by your Soviet embassy, and I will get the American embassy to take in Qin Yaoguang. How about that? This way, they won't just enjoy their rights and not fulfill their obligations, right? Is that so? Then why don't our Soviet embassy take in Qin Yaoguang and your American embassy take in Qin Bei Oi? Wouldn't that be better? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and tapped his hand on the coffee table in front of him. Moreover, you still have to rely on us to get Qin Yaoguang out. So it is happily decided. Lorraine was a little uncomfortable that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't willing to take any losses, but Hua Xiaoheng wasn't wrong. Lorraine couldn't get Qin Yaoguang out. He believed that if there was anyone in the world who could get Qin Yaoguang out from He Chengjian's hands, it would only be the KGB. Therefore, he couldn't refute Hua Xiaoheng's suggestion. However, he was still unwilling to give up and said, are you so sure that you'll be able to get her out? What if my people get Qin Yaoguang out? Are you sure? Hua Xiaoheng reached into his jacket pocket and took out a few photos. He threw them in front of Lorraine. These are the photos my people just took. Look at how they're watching Qin Yaoguang. Are you sure your people have the ability to get her out of this tight protection? Lorraine picked up the photo and looked at it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Qin Yaoguang was wearing a white striped prison uniform. She was tied to a hospital bed with a few canvas straps that were 4 fingers wide. The hospital bed was surrounded by instruments. Slender tentacles stretched out and stuck to Qin Yaoguang's head, wrists, chest, and legs. What were they doing? Lorraine cried out in surprise. In fact, he was very familiar with this set of equipment. Qin Yaoguang's daughter, Wen Shuyi, was currently being studied under almost the same set of equipment. What else can they do? Hua Xiaoheng sneered and put away the photos. Of course they're doing experiments. He said meaningfully, you and I aren't the only ones who know the temptation of perfect genes. The people of the Huaxiao Empire aren't idiots. If they don't research it themselves, why would they give it to you and me for nothing? Lorraine's expression became even more gloomy. If the Huaxiao Empire really thought that way, then it meant that even his last resort, bribery, might be useless. Because compared to the perfect genes that could greatly improve a human's physique, money was really just a worldly possession. For those in the upper echelons, this was more important than any amount of money. In short, perfect genes were priceless. Those who could climb to the top were all good at weighing the pros and cons. Which was more important between priceless perfect genes and priceless money? They didn't have to choose at all. Lorraine gritted his teeth. How about this? Let's do it together. Whoever can get Qin Yaowang out will enter their embassy. Are you sure you want to do this? Well, Xiaoheng's expression also turned cold. Then there's no need to cooperate. In such a tightly monitored place, you still want both of us to work together? Or do you want us to work separately? How much do you look down on the Huaxiao Empire's security system? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Lorraine's eyes flickered. He was actually thinking that when the KGB of the Soviet Union and the Huaxiao Empire security system were at loggerheads, the American CIA elites would be able to take advantage of the situation. Peter, on the other hand, had once again seen through his tricks. This time, Hua Xiaoheng didn't tolerate it anymore. He stood up and said calmly, "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. I didn't come today, so I won't cooperate. I'll go back and make my own arrangements. Isn't it just a few more people dying? Compared to the perfect genes, the KGB can still afford this sacrifice." Hua Xiaoheng strode towards the door. Lorraine's expression changed. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng's hand was on the door handle and he was about to open the door that Lorraine said, "Mr. Peter, please wait." Hua Xiaoheng said without turning his head, "If you still want to cooperate with us and compete with us, then don't talk anymore." "Of course not. Cooperate and compete with us." Lorraine quickly stepped forward and pulled Hua Xiaoheng's sleeve back to sit down. "Mr. Peter, don't be anxious. Let's discuss it properly." Seeing that Lorraine had given in, Hua Xiaoheng's expression softened a little. He said, "Okay, I still have the same condition. After Qin Yaowang is taken out, she will enter the Soviet embassy first. Your American embassy will shelter Qin Bei and then transfer them out of the country separately." Lorraine nodded. "Okay, I agree. But how do you plan on getting Qin Yaowang out of the country? That's not an ordinary difficulty." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "That won't be difficult for us. Mr. Lorraine, do you still remember Dresden? Our people were the ones who got him out of the Huaxiao Empire. The old way is to get Qin Yaowang to Siberia first." Lorraine frowned. "Siberia? That's in the Soviet Union." "Yes, the far east of the Soviet Union. That place is sparsely populated, and there are virgin forests everywhere. Even the satellites in the sky can't monitor the situation on the ground. North of Siberia, through the Bering Strait, is Alaska in the United States. How is it? Is this route safe?" Lorraine put her hands behind her back and paced around the room. She muttered to herself, "In that case, we definitely can't use a plane to transport them away." "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. With the current level of security, can Qin Yaowang get on the plane lying down? And Qin Bei, he's so old. If something happens to him on the plane, you'll be letting down your old friend." Lorraine pondered for a moment. "I'll think about it and give you an answer tomorrow. You have to make a decision early." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "If we don't get an answer tomorrow, we'll do it ourselves. We won't wait for you." Hua Xiaoheng left the five-star hotel where Lorraine was staying. He deliberately smoked a cigarette at the entrance of the hotel before getting into the car and leaving. As soon as he left, a car parked on the street opposite the entrance of the five-star hotel also drove away. The driver in the car was calling Qin Bei. "Sir, that Soviet just wanted to see Lorraine." Qin Bei had moved to another place to stay. He lived in a small courtyard not far from his previous residence. In fact, several houses in this area had been bought by him under different people's names. It could be said that the entire alley was his property, but it was owned by different people. Qin Bei received the call and snorted without any surprise. "As I expected, they're all jackals of the same tribe." To be honest, he didn't really trust either of them. "Sir, what should we do?" Qin Bei's secretary asked carefully. Qin Bei nodded and walked around the room with his cane. He chuckled and said, "Don't do anything. Just wait and see." Early the next morning, Xie Qingying's new media company suddenly received a piece of news. It was said that the Lu Corporation, which was in charge of network security for the Qin family's private hospital group, had committed fraud. They had installed a Trojan horse backdoor on the Qin family's private hospital group's computer and stolen a lot of internal information from the Qin family's private hospital group. Normally, most of this kind of news was sensational, and Xie Qingying would not do anything. But this time, she found that the other party's news was not a one-sentence news. It was reasonable and well-founded. There were also many screenshots from the inside, showing that the Lu Corporation security system had really stolen the other party's internal information. Moreover, the Lu Corporation had indeed signed a cooperation agreement with the Qin family's private hospital group last year. The Qin family's private hospital group had even moved their servers to the Lu Corporation building in Sea City. These were all news that could be checked. After careful consideration and verification, Xie Qingying still posted the news online. Within a day, the Lu Corporation's stock price plummeted. It ended its 300-day upward trend and fell to the limit for the first time. This was today's first update. Chapter 1898, Each Show Your Prowess. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1910. After the trial, Gunyinji had exhausted too much energy, so she stayed at home to recuperate. She didn't wake up until almost noon every day. After waking up, she went to Lu Yuan's apartment for brunch. Then, she took out her iPad and scrolled through social media to watch dramas and read novels. Her days were leisurely and carefree. That day, she went to Lu Yuan's apartment and found that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin weren't there. It was very strange. However, all the food she liked to eat in the kitchen was ready and neatly arranged on the small dining table in the kitchen. She brought it to the dining table and took out her phone to check her daily life. Every day, as an online child, started by scrolling through her social media. When she opened her social media, she saw a piece of news flooding the screen. Hashtag the Lu Corporation's stock has plummeted. Hashtag the Lu Corporation is embezzling. Hashtag the Lu Corporation really installed a Trojan backdoor for those companies. Hashtag. Almost all the screens were filled with negative news about the Lu Corporation. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She didn't even have time to eat her brunch. She quickly began to search for what was going on. In the end, she found out that the hot news on the internet had started from Xie Qingying's new media. There was a headline news there about the dispute between the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Gunyinji saw that it was related to the Qin Corporation's private hospital group, so she couldn't help but be angry. What was Xie Qingying's motive at this time? Although the article was well-founded and well-written, Gunyinji was still unhappy. When Xie Qingying published this headline news, did she ask Lu Yuan or Lu Jin to verify it? She wouldn't just listen to one side of the evidence, would she? She quickly stood up and went to Lu Jin's apartment to look for him. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin were indeed in Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin's apartment had the best experimental equipment and the most powerful computer. If it was related to the computer network, Lu Jin would definitely be the right person to look for. Gunyinji went straight into Lu Jin's laboratory. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin were indeed there. The two of them were sitting in front of the main control computer in the laboratory, discussing something. Gunyinji knocked on the door. Lu Yuan said without turning his head, "Is it Nyinji? Brunch is in my kitchen. You can go eat by yourself. Uncle and your father have something to do, so they can't accompany you for brunch today." Gunyinji was so angry that she laughed. She walked over and said, "President Lu, in your heart, I'm a foodie, right?" Lu Yuan and Lu Jin turned around and looked at her with a smile. Gunyinji saw the computers in front of them. The screen in front of Lu Yuan displayed a stock market graph, while the screen in front of Lu Jin displayed a computer program language. It was obvious that the two of them were working on different tasks. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief and sat down beside them. She rested her chin on her hands and leaned forward to look at the two screens across from her. She complained, Who's so wicked? Why did you change the topic at this critical juncture? Qin Yaguang's case had not been officially announced, and Qin Bei was still wanted. Everyone was originally hating the Qin Corporation's private hospital, but suddenly they had become the victims. This rhythm was really like the wind. Lu Yuan smiled. That's a different matter. We haven't paid attention to the company's matters for a long time. It's inevitable that something went wrong. Lu Jin said, actually, the network security system involves the backdoor of the computer system. Which operating system doesn't have a backdoor? The network security system is to protect the backdoor. Someone changed the concept. But Lu Jin continued and frowned. Someone in our company does seem to be downloading important financial news from the Qin Corporation's private hospital's intranet. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Lu Jin had hacked into the Qin Corporation's intranet system to look up the history of the Qin family's fortune. He wanted to see if there was any inside information that had been covered up, but he didn't find anything. She believed that with Lu Jin's ability, no one would be able to detect it. But what about the other people in the Lu Corporation? Gun Yinji put down her arm and straightened up. She asked curiously, "Did you find out? Is it really related to the Lu Corporation?" Lu Jin nodded reluctantly. From the path, it did enter the other party's intranet system from our company's IP address. Lu Yuan took advantage of the plunge in the Lu Corporation stock price and said in a low voice, "I think someone set it up. Your father and I haven't been at the company recently. The company has hired a group of new people. There's probably a mole in there." Gun Yinji felt very guilty when she heard this. It was all because of her that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had put down so many years of hard work to come to the imperial capital to accompany her. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and smiled. "CEO Lu, Dad, you guys go ahead. I'm going to eat." She got up and left. Behind her, she heard Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's phones ring. The executives, shareholders, and board members of the Lu Corporation were calling them one after another. When she returned to the dining room, Gun Yinji had no appetite at all. She picked up a soup bun with her chopsticks and ate it while scrolling through social media on her phone. At that moment, she realized that another topic had already started to flood the screen. Hashtag the president of the Lu Corporation has been missing for several days. It's rumored that he has absconded with the money hashtag the mysterious major shareholder of the Lu Corporation, self-taught, arrogant, surly, often rude, and harassing employees hashtag the Lu Corporation suppresses its peers and uses unfair competition methods to defeat many competitors hashtag. The second wave of news came aggressively and had no basis in fact, but it spread even faster than the headline news from Xie Qingying's company. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes. As expected, it was premeditated. Using Xie Qingying's company as a gun, they first released factual news to suppress the Lu Corporation stock, and then used a wave of eye-catching rumors to directly attack the president and major shareholders of the Lu Corporation. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the Lu Corporation. Gun Yinji snorted, picked up her phone, and dialed Xie Qingying's number. She had no contact with this number anymore. Xie Qingying was in her office following up on the headlines she had released. She was also very concerned about the hot news that had just appeared. She was arranging for her employees to follow up on it. And, at the same time, she was contacting the management of the Lu Corporation to get them to refute the rumors in time. By the time she saw the missed call on her phone, 10 minutes had passed. Xie Qingying quickly called back and asked with a smile, "Cousin Yinji, is that you? What's the matter? I see you've made several calls." Gun Yinji had been wondering if Xie Qingying had deliberately not picked up her call, but on second thought, Xie Qingying was so busy and she had caught up with the hot news related to their company, so she must have been even more unable to get away. Now that she had called back personally, Gun Yinji stopped guessing and went straight to the point. "Cousin Xie, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the source of the recent headline news? I mean, how did the other party expose it to you?" Xie Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a secret between me and the person who exposed it. I can't tell you, but I actually don't know who he is. This person submitted it anonymously." Gun Yinji, how dare you use anonymous things? Aren't you afraid that the Lu Corporation will sue your company for spreading rumors? Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Xie Qingying shouldn't be such a careless person, right? Xie Qingying thought that Gun Yinji was concerned about her, so she quickly smiled and said, "No, we received the news and investigated it. We confirmed that the data and screenshots he sent were real. We also consulted computer network security experts and the government's network security office. They all said that the Lu Corporation was indeed in the wrong." Gun Yinji had just heard from Lu Yuan that the Lu Corporation had recently recruited a group of new people and that a mole had appeared. From the perspective of doing business, it was understandable for Xie Qingying to do so. Gun Yinji's eyes dimmed, and she asked in a low voice, "Then have you asked the president and major shareholder of the Lu Corporation about it? If it was just an individual in the Lu Corporation who had done something illegal, the Lu Corporation would have severely punished them and given the customer an explanation. How could they have just published it as headline news?" Xie Qingying smiled. "That's my job. But Yinji, why are you so concerned about the Lu Corporation? Are you very familiar with their president, Lu Yuan?" Gun Yinji thought to herself, "Of course I'm familiar with him. Not only are we close, we're relatives, but she just can't say that." Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and said, "It's not that I'm familiar with President Lu, but this concerns my personal interests." "It concerns your personal interests?" Xie Qingying laughed. "Are you a shareholder of the Lu Corporation, or do you own their shares?" Gun Yinji said seriously, "To be precise, the Lu Corporation is our client. I'm a partner of the Gene Corporation law firm, and the Lu Corporation is our law firm's big client. They're our bread and butter. Don't you think I'm anxious?" "A partner of the Gene Corporation law firm?" Xie Qingying was stunned. The Gene Corporation law firm that's ranked third in the imperial capital? It was also the Gene Corporation law firm that Qin Bei had hired for Qin Yaowang's defense lawyer, Lu Anpeng, as a partner. She quickly went to the official website of the Gene Corporation law firm to look up their partner, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find Gun Yinji's name. Xie Qingying asked carefully, "Yinji, are you sure you're not mistaken? Your name isn't on the official website of the Gene Corporation law firm." Gun Yinji immediately understood that Xie Qingying had misunderstood. She smiled and said, "It's not the Gene Corporation law firm in the imperial capital. That law firm is rich and overbearing. How could I be their partner? The Gene Corporation law firm I'm talking about is a small law firm in Sea City, so nothing can happen to the Lu Corporation. If our only big client falls, are you going to leave us with nothing?" "Of course not. If the Lu Corporation really falls, I'll give our company's business to your law firm." Xie Qingying smiled and said, "Cousin Yinji, you're so powerful. Even the Gene Corporation law firm in the imperial capital would welcome you if you wanted to be a partner." Gun Yinji still had a family behind her. The Gene Corporation law firm in the imperial capital wasn't stupid. No matter how young she was, as long as she wanted to be a partner of the Gene Corporation law firm in the imperial capital, she could do it. Moreover, her business ability was also one of the best. Gun Yinji had wanted to go to the Gene Corporation law firm in the imperial capital, but because of Qin Yaowang, these law firms didn't dare to take her in. In the end, it was Jin Dazhuang in Sea City who took her in. Gun Yinji remembered this timely friendship. Of course, she wouldn't abandon a friend she had made when she was in trouble. Gun Yinji smiled and rejected Xie Qingying's suggestion. "That's not good. I have my own law firm. Why should I go to someone else's law firm? By the way, Cousin Xie, I think you should take down your company's headline news. I feel like something's wrong. Someone is using you as a gun." Xie Qingying felt a little uncomfortable. She was just doing the news according to her own principles. As long as it wasn't fake news, why would she withdraw it? Besides, Gun Yinji was paying too much attention to the Lu Corporation. Moreover, the apartment that Gun Yinji was currently living in seemed to be related to the Lu Corporation. Xie Qingying frowned slightly and said seriously, "Cousin Yinji, I've always been impartial in my work. If the Lu Corporation thinks that my news is wrong, they can contact me directly and provide evidence. I can publish another headline news. I don't know if you've seen the specific content of the news. At the end, I repeatedly said that I would contact the executives of the Lu Corporation, but the executives of the Lu Corporation never replied. There's nothing I can do." Gunyinji thought to herself that the two giants of the Lu Corporation were having a meeting in the apartment next door. She also wanted to do something for Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. On second thought, she said, "Cousin Xie, are you free? Shall we have afternoon tea together?" This was today's second chapter. Chapter 1899, Rhythm Turns Like the Wind. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1911. Xie Qingying looked at her watch. It was almost time for lunch. She smiled and nodded. "There's no need for afternoon tea. I'm about to go for lunch. How about we have a lunch date?" Gunyinji quickly agreed. "Then where are we going to eat? Where are you now?" Xie Qingying tidied up her desk and picked up her bag. She gave a few instructions to the secretary at the door and walked out of her office. Gunyinji said, "I don't have anything to do now, so I'm more free. I picked a Hong Kong hotel near you. I heard that the lunch and work meals there are good. It's suitable for a media upstart like you." Xie Qingying walked to the elevator, her high heels clacking in the corridor. "Cousin Yinji, you really know how to talk. I can't afford to be a nouveau riche, but this is a place I often go to. The lunch there is very good." She immediately nodded and agreed. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Gunyinji smiled and said, "You don't have to be so early. I might be a little late, about 15 minutes. Okay then, I'll go and reserve a seat to order first. That place is very popular at noon." As Xie Qingying spoke, she called the waiter she was familiar with and booked 2 seats. When she went down from the 18th floor, there were 2 men in suits and leather shoes in the elevator. Xie Qingying didn't mind. She looked down at her phone and said to Gunyinji, "I only have an hour for lunch at noon. Is that enough?" She knew very well that Gunyinji wouldn't come to her for no reason. She must have something to talk to her about today. Gunyinji felt that it was enough. If they could come to an agreement, 10 minutes would be enough. If they couldn't, it would be useless to drag Xie Qingying around 24 hours a day. She nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Gunyinji took the car keys and packed her things to go out. She sent a text message to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin saying that she had asked Xie Qingying out for dinner. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin looked at each other and smiled. This little girl still said she wasn't a foodie. Lu Jin turned on another screen. A detailed map of the imperial capital appeared on the screen. A red dot the size of a pin appeared on the screen. Gunyinji's cute face was on the red dot. Lu Jin looked at the face and smiled in satisfaction. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. "This is the imperial capital. You don't have to be so nervous. Even if we don't make a move, why do you think we're weak?" Lu Jin thought for a moment. "He's him, and I'm me. I can't put all my hopes of protecting my daughter on someone else." Lu Yuan glared at him. "Then don't look for me when something happens." Lu Jin said without hesitation, "You're not someone else. Yinji didn't call you uncle for nothing." It was rare for Lu Yuan not to retort. Instead, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm and serious smile. Gunyinji took the car from the underground parking lot and stepped on the gas pedal. She quickly left the apartment complex and headed in the direction of the hotel in Hong Kong. At noon, there weren't many cars on the road. She was lucky. The traffic lights were green all the way. Soon, she arrived at the front desk of the Hong Kong Island Hotel. Gunyinji said that she was looking for Miss Xie to make a reservation. The receptionist quickly led her to Xie Qingying's table. The Hong Kong hotel was indeed very popular, especially for lunch, which was basically full. It seemed that Xie Qingying had a very good relationship with this hotel, so she was able to book 2 excellent seats in such a short period of time. The corner of the hall faced a glass window, but it was surrounded by a small and elegant bamboo screen, which allowed for relative privacy. Seeing that Gunyinji had arrived, Xie Qingying smiled and waved at her. "This way." Gunyinji also waved and walked over quickly. "Cousin Xie, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" "I'm fine." Xie Qingying smiled and handed the menu to her. "The Luohan Jai here is very famous. It has shiitake mushrooms and fungus from the northeast, mushrooms from Inner Mongolia, hollandaise beans from Thailand, and celery from the Mediterranean. The ingredients are especially fresh. They're flown in every day and the supply is very small. I made the decision to order one for you. What other dishes would you like to order? Gu Nianji heard Xie Qingying's words and realized that she was also a foodie. She smiled and listened to her suggestion. The Luohan Jai is fine. I just had an early lunch, so I'm not very hungry yet. Xie Qingying replied. Oh, you can have a good rest now. Gu Nianji nodded. Soon, the Luohan Jai was ready and served. Gu Nianji only took one bite and knew that her trip was worth it. The Luohan Jai was a vegetarian dish, but it tasted especially delicious. It probably had something to do with the hotel's careful selection of ingredients. Gu Nianji finished half of the plate of Luohan vegetarian dishes and took a sip of water before putting down her chopsticks and getting to the point. Cousin Xie, I came to look for you today because I wanted to ask you about the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this information? Xie Qingying smiled. How can there be nothing wrong with it? Is there a pure and flawless expose in this world? She took a tissue from the dining table and pursed her lips. She picked up her grape juice and took a sip. She said, Nianji, you're a lawyer. Don't you think your question is very unprofessional? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I'm not in the new media business. My profession isn't in this. Okay, I was wrong. Xie Qingying held her grape juice like she was holding a glass of red wine. She leaned back in her seat elegantly. The noon sun shone in through the window, and one could see the shadow of her straight nose on her cheek. Her nose was very similar to Gu Nianji's. They were both the noses of the Gu family. Gu Nianji shrugged nonchalantly and continued to ask, You knew there was a problem, but you still exposed it. What do you mean? Xie Qingying put down the grape juice and clasped her hands on the small dining table. She looked at Gu Nianji and said slowly, First of all, there's nothing wrong with this person's expose. What's wrong is his motive. Second of all, as a new media practitioner, seizing on hot news is our foundation. Do you think I can let go of such news? But you knew there was something wrong with his motive, yet you still exposed his expose. Gu Nianji was even more confused. Aren't you worried that young master in general, he won't be happy? Xie Qingying raised an eyebrow. There are two parties involved in this expose. One is the Qin Private Hospital Group, and the other is the Lu Corporation. As a listed company, the Qin Private Hospital Group is an independent economic legal person. It's different from Qin Bei, who's a major shareholder, and Qin Yaoguang, who was once the director of the group. And the Lu Corporation has nothing to do with the He family at all. Besides, young master in general, aren't people who can't distinguish between public and private interests. Qin Bei and Qin Yaoguang are the ones who have a grudge with them, not the Qin Private Hospital Group. So why are they unhappy because of this expose? Gu Nianji smiled bitterly in her heart. Of course she knew. That's why she kept insisting that the Lu Corporation was her big client. Xie Qingying didn't let her go. She continued to ask, Nianji, I really don't understand. Is it really because the Lu Corporation is the major shareholder of your law firm that you care so much about? But this news will divert the current hot news and make everyone sympathize with the Qin private hospital. Gu Nianji could only explain it this way. It's not like you don't know why I worked so hard to fight the lawsuit for Qin Suan, right? Xie Qingying said aloofly. Even without this news, how long do you think the previous hot news would last? People's memories are always short. The online society itself is made up of wave after wave of hot news. If I don't expose it, others will. You don't think I can hide the truth with one hand, do you? Was it easy for her new media company to grow from nothing to its current scale? Most of the time, she was walking a tightrope. She had to strive for truth in the report, but she had to be extremely effective and attract people's attention. If she didn't expose the other party, someone else would naturally take over. At that time, watching someone else's company develop rapidly, would she be willing to be squeezed out? Yes, the hot news will eventually pass. I don't expect the heat brought about by the public trial to last forever. Gu Nianji tried her best to persuade Xie Qingying. But I didn't expect the first person to stand up and change the hot news to be you. Yes, the Lu Corporation has nothing to do with the He family, But what about the Qin private hospital? There's nothing wrong with the Qin private hospital itself. It has the status of an independent economic legal person, but it's the backing of Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei. Do you really think that a human's feelings and likes can be as clear as a robot's? Gun Yinji was just short of saying that Cheng Jian wouldn't distinguish between public and private for anything related to Ji and Qin Suan. Xie Qingying naturally didn't know that he father and son as well as Gun Yinji did. She understood what Gun Yinji was implying. After a moment of silence, she said, I understand what you mean, but this is my job. I didn't mean to change the hot topic. I just saw a new hot topic appear, so I quickly grabbed its tail. This is already a professional instinct for me. Xie Qingying looked up at Gun Yinji and continued, just like how you can catch any loophole in the other party's case in court, I'm also naturally good at catching hot topics in my own field. Even if this hot topic might have some adverse effects on me, to me, catching it first is more important than anything else. As for the consequences in the future, that's something to consider in the future. Just like this time, she had caught this hot topic because the Qin private hospital group was involved. She knew that not only would she be able to ride on the popularity of the world's live broadcast of the trial, but she would also be able to greatly increase her company's performance. In fact, her company had been increasing its fans recently. It was about to break through the 10 million mark and enter the 100 million fan club. From the looks of it, she already had the capital and scale to compete with the traditional media. She couldn't, and she didn't want to give up this opportunity. When Xie Qingying said this, Gun Yinji had a good impression of her. She knew very well that she wasn't the same kind of person as Xie Qingying, and she didn't like her, but that didn't stop her from appreciating her professionalism. Just like her, this woman viewed her career as very important. But what if your actions affect your marriage to the He family? Gun Yinji asked with a smile. She wanted to know if Xie Qingying had thought through the consequences of this matter. Xie Qingying looked away and looked out the window at the street view. After a while, she said, I don't know. I don't even know if I'll regret it in the future, but right now I don't. It's good that you've thought it through. Gun Yinji stood up and waved for the waiter to come over. She handed her credit card to him. Bill, thank you. The waiter took her credit card to pay the bill. After the waiter returned her credit card, Gun Yinji asked Xie Qingying with a smile, Can you send me the information you received? I'm talking about the original information, not the headlines you wrote later. Xie Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, The other party sent the package by express delivery, not by email. I scanned the entire information. Do you want a copy of the scan? Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. It's actually a package by express delivery? That's great. Can I see the original? Sure, Xie Qingying replied readily. My company isn't far from here. Do you want to go? Sure, I haven't been to Cousin Xie's company yet. Gun Yinji said with a smile. She picked up her small bag and followed Xie Qingying out of the Hong Kong Island Hotel. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1900, You Don't Go to the Temple for No Reason. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the third update. The second update would be at 1 in the afternoon. There would be the third update at 8 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday and the day before. Thank you to Old Z2 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1912. Gun Yinji and Xie Qingying both drove over, and Xie Qingying's company was indeed very close, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at Xie Qingying's company. Gun Yinji got out of the car and squinted at the skyscraper. It looked like there were about 50 floors. My company is on the 18th floor. Xie Qingying led Gun Yinji into the elevator. Huh, anyone can get on the elevator here? Gun Yinji asked curiously. She noticed that Xie Qingying didn't swipe her card. Xie Qingying pressed the 18th floor and said, Normally, you need a card to swipe the elevator floor, but the elevator seems to be broken recently, so you can go up without a card. The property management is currently repairing it, but they can only do it after we get off work. They can't care so much when we're at work. This kind of thing was common. Having an elevator was always better than taking the stairs. Not to mention there were more than 50 floors. The elevator quickly ascended and took them to the 18th floor. Coming out of the elevator, Gunyinji saw that it was in the middle of the floor. The left and right sides of the elevator were office areas. Two transparent glass doors blocked off the left and right areas. Xie Qingying led Gunyinji to the left and pushed open the glass door. She smiled and said, "That's my company. Our company isn't big, but it's growing well. We recently hired a few people." Gunyinji cupped her hands. "Congratulations. Cousin Xie is so capable." She had originally thought that Xie Qingying was able to thrive in the new media industry mostly because of the Xie family and her uncle, Prime Minister Xie Beichen. But now, it seemed that her own abilities weren't to be underestimated. Perhaps her starting point was higher than ordinary people, but compared to people in her class, there were very few people who could achieve what she had. "You're too kind." Xie Qingying nodded with a smile. "Compared to you, I'm nothing." Xie Qingying used to think that Gunyinji was able to become a lawyer at such a young age because of the He family's influence. But after watching her in court a few times, she changed her opinion of her. However, she still kept her distance from Gunyinji and didn't want Gunyinji to appear by He Jichu's side often. Both of them put on professional smiles and walked into Xie Qingying's new media company. It was a new industry after all. The name Qingying Online Media Company Limited was printed in gold on the gray tile wall at the entrance. Behind the transparent glass door was a mahogany reception desk. A beautiful girl was sitting in the back, talking on the phone. Seeing that Xie Qingying had come in, she quickly covered the phone with her hand and said to her, "President Xie, a few TV stations want to make an appointment with you to talk about working together on a show." Xie Qingying stopped at the front desk and said, "Contact my secretary and see if I'm free in the next few days." The receptionist quickly agreed and stole a glance at Gunyinji. Gunyinji smiled politely at her. The receptionist was a little embarrassed. She picked up the chocolate bowl on the front desk and handed it to Gunyinji. "This chocolate is pretty good." Gunyinji smiled and shook her head. "I don't eat sweets, thank you." Xie Qingying turned around and smiled. "This is my cousin." The receptionist felt that Gunyinji looked very familiar. After she followed Xie Qingying in, the receptionist slapped her head and said to herself, "Isn't this Lawyer Gu? I watched the live broadcast on TV a few days ago." She quickly picked up her phone excitedly and took a photo of Gunyinji's back. The photo happened to capture both Gunyinji and Xie Qingying's backs. Neither of them were short. Gunyinji was taller and slender than Xie Qingying, while Xie Qingying was more voluptuous and mature. Their backs were very pleasing to the eye. The receptionist posted the photo on Weibo. #so excited. Lawyer Gu, who was in the limelight a few days ago, came to our company #, our boss is so amazing. To think that Lawyer Gu was her cousin. Soon, the photo was discovered by someone who was observant and immediately reposted. Because the receptionist's photo had a GPS tag, many people also knew where Gunyinji was now. Gunyinji and Xie Qingying walked into her company. Xie Qingying's company was located in a rectangular area. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. Xie Qingying explained, "Because we're in the new media business, the live broadcast rooms are all located in the center. It's quieter this way. Even if the soundproofing isn't good, it won't affect the live broadcast." There were 4 live broadcast rooms here. As she spoke, she led Gunyinji into their most luxurious live broadcast room. "This is my news broadcast room." Xie Qingying walked to the anchor's seat and turned on the room's lights. The lights poured down from the roof like a waterfall. The light was bright but not dazzling. When it shone on a person's face, not only was it extremely clear, but it also had a soft effect, as if it had automatically added a beauty filter. From the TV monitor, her skin was flawless, but it wasn't the effect of a normal beauty camera that made her look like a dummy. Gunyinji clicked her tongue. "Cousin Xie, this set of lights is the most expensive equipment in the entire live broadcast room, right?" "Smart." Xie Qingying snapped her fingers and said with a smile, "For people like us in the new media business, beauty is justice. Also, there's not enough news, so we have to make up for it with beauty." This bowl of rice isn't delicious. Gu Nianji was amused by her. The two of them chatted for a while before Xie Qingying led her out of the live broadcast room and back to her office. Xie Qingying's office was next to the live broadcast area. Here, this is the information I received. Xie Qingying placed a courier package in front of Gu Nianji. Take a look for yourself. I still have some work to do, so I won't be accompanying you. Cousin Xie, go ahead. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. I'll take a look myself. Xie Qingying went to the conference room for a meeting. Gu Nianji was alone in her office, looking through the information in the courier package. It could be seen that the other party was trying his best to hide his identity, so he only used the most common A4 paper and the most common black and white ink. There were a lot of fingerprints on the paper. Xie Qingying and the people in her company had probably come into contact with it. It was probably impossible to find the fingerprints of the informant on the paper. Gu Nianji also carefully searched the courier package, but she didn't find any useful information. She frowned, took out her phone, and took photos of the inside and outside of the package. She planned to take it back and show it to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. They were in this line of work, so they might be able to see something different. After taking photos of the package, Gu Nianji put on the plastic glove she had prepared earlier and picked up the document to read it carefully. The entire exposé was more than 100 pages long, and the content was very detailed. Gu Nianji only read a dozen pages before she understood why Xie Qingying had organized it and published it as the headline news. Because this evidence was too sufficient. She pondered it for a moment and remembered what Xie Qingying had said. There was no problem with the information, but there must be a problem with the motive of the informant. So what was the motive of the informant? Gu Nianji continued to read. After an unknown period of time, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Lu Jin. She quickly answered the call. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Jin smiled and said, I'm at a press conference with Boss Lu to answer questions from reporters about the Qin Corporation's data leak. Where are you now? Do you want to come over and play? Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. During this time, Xie Qingying hadn't returned to the office. She was really busy. Gu Nianji grimaced and said to Lu Jin, I've been at Cousin Xie's company all afternoon. I'm leaving too. Where are you guys? Lu Jin said, the press conference is at the Hilton Hotel on the 4th Ring Road. It looks like you won't make it in time. Gu Nianji was on the north side of the 3rd Ring Road, but the Hilton Hotel that Lu Jin mentioned was on the southwest side of the 4th Ring Road. It almost ran through the entire imperial capital. Moreover, it was almost time to get off work, so one could imagine how crowded it would be. Gu Nianji said regretfully, Then I won't go. I'll go home first. By the way, is there any food at home? I'll see if I want to eat out, or I asked Boss Lu to make some small wontons for you. They're in the fridge. You can cook them in boiling water when you get back. Lu Jin nagged her about the precautions, afraid that Gu Nianji would accidentally burn down the kitchen again. Gu Nianji, I know how to boil water. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and looked at the oval mirror on the opposite wall. In the mirror, Gu Nianji revealed a little expression of me and my last stubbornness. She couldn't help laughing. After hanging up the phone, the door to Xie Qingying's office was quietly pushed open. A very elegant man in a well-tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood at the door and asked softly, May I ask if you're Gu Nianji's lawyer? Gu Nianji nodded. I am. May I ask who you are? The man put his hand into his pocket, and Gu Nianji suddenly became alert. What are you doing? Before the man could speak, 2 more men appeared behind him and held his arms. Sir, what are you doing? The man turned around in surprise and saw 2 men dressed very ordinarily. They had crew cuts, but their eyes were bright. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. Who are you? The man frowned. Let go of me. I'm President Xie's director. The 2 of them looked at each other, then poked their heads into the room and said to Gu Nianji, Miss Gu, we're young Master He's people. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. So they were the people He Zhichu had sent to secretly protect her. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. It's you guys. Come in and have a seat. She then said to the male director, It's a misunderstanding. What can I do for you? The male director said unhappily, President Xie remembered that Miss Gu is still here, so he sent me to ask you what you want for dinner. We're going to order a working meal later. Gun Yinji quickly said, "No need. I'll leave right away." She sealed the package as it was and said, "Where's your President Xie? I have to return this to her myself." The male director nodded. "I'll go get President Xie." He turned around and walked away from the two men. As he passed by them, he snorted softly. Gun Yinji smiled and shook her head. She put the package back into the drawer that Xie Qingying had just pulled out and pulled out the key. Just as she was about to leave, the room went dark. The power went out. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1901, Me and My Last Stubbornness. The first update of the 100,000 Chidian coins given to the leader of the General Alliance. I am Master Rashi. April has arrived. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It seems to be the end of the month again. There will be the third update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big bosses and little angels. Chapter 1913. Gun Yinji blinked, and her eyes quickly adapted to the dim light. She looked at her watch. It was still 15 minutes to 5, and it should still be bright outside. Xie Qingying's office was hung with a thin curtain, so it was a little dark. She quickly said, "Why is the power out? Let's go." The three of them walked towards the entrance of Xie Qingying's company. It wasn't even time to get off work, but it was frighteningly quiet here. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Where's Miss Xie? Which of you will go look for her?" The two people following her said, "Miss Gu, our orders were to protect Miss Gu's safety." What they meant was that Xie Qingying wasn't their concern, so they wouldn't look for her. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "But I'm safe now. Aren't you going to see Miss Xie? I feel like something's wrong." The two of them looked at each other and said, "We also feel that something's wrong, so we came to look for you." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say? What's the problem?" The uneasiness in her heart grew. "We were supposed to protect you in secret, but after you entered Miss Xie's company, we realized that your location had disappeared. That's why we showed up." Gun Yinji's heart sank. "Is there an electromagnetic shield here?" The two of them quickly took out their phones to check. There's no signal. Looks like there really is an electromagnetic shield. Gun Yinji's phone had been specially made for her by Lu Jin, so she wasn't afraid of electromagnetic shields. She quickly swiped open her phone and called Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng, and He Ji-chu. At that moment, she suddenly heard a muffled bang from the corridor. It was as if thunder had exploded in a narrow space. The sound wave vibrated faintly, and even the floor seemed to be shaking slightly. Gun Yinji was a little unsteady on her feet, and the two of them quickly held her arms on both sides. However, they only held her for a moment before separating. They were very careful. Gun Yinji quickly steadied herself. She looked down at her phone and realized that it was out of battery. Her expression instantly turned ugly, and she said in surprise, "Why is it out of battery?" There was still 90% battery, just now. A dead phone was a killer. Even though Lu Jin's special phone was not afraid of ordinary electromagnetic shields, it could not withstand a dead phone. But why did it suddenly run out of battery? The other two also took out their phones and looked at it. Their cell phones were also useless. These two men were more knowledgeable than Gun Yinji. Thinking back to the muffled sound they had just heard, they came to a realization. The man on Gun Yinji's left blurted out, "There's an XM-40 magnetic storm grenade gun here." Gun Yinji, yes, this gun is equipped with the XM-40 CDT system, which is a single-soldier, semi-automatic magnetic storm system. Not only is its lethality comparable to a small laser cannon, but can also paralyze all electromagnetic and radio shortwave communication systems within 10 miles. It also has the function of shielding counterfactual quantum communication. One shot could block all electromagnetic and shortwave communications within 10 miles. In other words, it could also interfere with all network signals. Simply put, one shot could cut off the network and power. Gun Yinji didn't understand the meaning of counterfactual quantum communication for a moment, but she understood the function of this weapon to cut off the network and power with one shot. Also, What the hell does it mean that its lethality is comparable to a small laser cannon? Let's go. The man on Gunyinji's right came back to his senses. He grabbed Gunyinji's arm and ran towards the door. The two of them were in front of Gunyinji and behind her, blocking Gunyinji in the middle. However, before they could reach the door, a man in a suit and leather shoes dashed out of a room and raised his hand to shoot. The man in front of Gunyinji could have dodged, but when he thought of Gunyinji behind him, he endured it and immediately raised his hand to return fire. Both of them were shot at the same time and fell to the ground with a scream. The man behind Gunyinji saw that the situation was bad and immediately pulled Gunyinji back. They ran in the direction of Xie Qingying's company's live broadcast room, which was also the innermost room. Gunyinji thought of the person who had just fallen and felt very sad. She said to the man holding her, "Sir, if something happens later, you have to run out yourself. You don't have to take the bullet for me anymore." The man didn't even look back. He quickly pulled her open the door to the innermost live broadcast room and said, "We were ordered to protect Miss Gu at all costs, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves." Gunyinji said in a low voice, "Listen to me. This time, the people should be targeting me. They won't want to kill me. They won't even touch a hair on my head. If the other party's target was really her, then they must be after the perfect genes." However, she had already been cleared of the perfect genes label in the trial a few days ago. Who would still be after her? Lorraine? Wasn't he busy getting Qin Yawang out? Hua Xiaoheng had been making arrangements outside these past few days, preparing to lure them into the trap. If it wasn't Lorraine, then who could it be? Gunyinji's mind raced, and she suddenly thought of someone. Qin Bei. Only him. If there was one person in this world who wouldn't be fooled by the video of the trial that day, it was Qin Bei. Gunyinji said hatefully, "I know who ordered it. If you have the chance, you must run out and report it yourself. It's Qin Bei. He still hasn't given up and wants to kidnap me." She had thought that this old man was already a stray dog who had been chased by He Chengjian's inescapable net. She hadn't expected him to have such a trick up his sleeve. She had really underestimated him. The man beside Gunyinji was unmoved. He said, "Miss Gu, we only listen to young master his orders. If young master he doesn't say anything, I won't leave you." Gunyinji stared at this person and didn't know what to say. The livestream room became even darker. She couldn't see anything at all. The man dragged Gunyinji in and found the location of the window based on his instinctive sense of direction. He wanted to open the window, but the window was welded tightly. Gunyinji said in a low voice, "Don't waste your energy. This is the livestream room. The window definitely won't be open." "Then what should we do?" "Wait. If you don't go out, we can only wait for death." Gunyinji said disapprovingly, "Why don't we rush out together?" The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you really think they won't hurt you?" "It's true that they want to catch me, but they won't hurt me," Gunyinji said with certainty. Gunyinji said confidently that her confidence and courage came from the small, silent gun in her bag for self-defense. Thankfully, this pistol was mechanically driven and not electronically driven. It wasn't afraid of the magnetic explosive grenade gun. The man thought about Gunyinji's suggestion in the darkness. She was right. Both of them were actually waiting for death to come if they hid here. They didn't know how many people there were on the other side, nor did they know how many weapons they had. However, an XM-40 magnetic explosive grenade gun was enough to send everyone in this building to hell. What happened to Cousin Xie? Gunyinji's frown deepened. In the corridor outside, another man in a suit and leather shoes walked out. If Xie Qingying was here, she would recognize that this person was one of the two people she had met in the elevator at noon. The other one was already lying in the corridor. He had been shot at the same time as one of Gunyinji's bodyguards. Xie Qingying's mouth was gagged, her arms tied behind her back, and she was thrown under the table in the conference room. There weren't many people in her company. After the afternoon meeting, someone suggested that they get off work early, so she agreed. Because of the explosive headlines these past few days, her company's people had been working overtime for several days in a row. There weren't many things to do today, and she had to entertain Gunyinji, so she let them leave first. However, Not long after these people left, someone knocked her out from behind. When she woke up, she was already tied up and tied under the table. This is the third watch of the day. Chapter 1902, Critical Moment 1. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It seems to be the end of the month again. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1914. The back of Xie Qingying's head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to split open. Her brain kept buzzing, as if tens of thousands of bees had flown in and were buzzing inside. For a while, she couldn't hear or see. When she opened her eyes, she saw stars, and her ears felt like they were isolated in a vacuum. She almost thought that she had really been beaten deaf and blind. When she finally recovered, she realized her situation. She had been tied up and thrown under the table like a dumpling. She blinked and tried to see her situation clearly. The room was very dark, and her arms were tied behind her. She didn't know what time it was. Her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and she realized that she was in the conference room where she had called for the meeting to end. So it was the conference room. Her memories came back to her like a horse lantern being turned upside down. That newly hired director of hers looked like an elite, but it turned out that she was the one who had led the wolf into the house. Xie Qingying gritted her teeth with hatred. Soon, she thought of Gun Yinji, who had seen the original copy of the package, and her heart sank. Oh no, Gun Yinji wouldn't still be here, would she? This girl was really unlucky. It was all her fault. If she hadn't invited her to her company, she wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved disaster. Also, He Jichu cared so much about Gun Yinji. If he knew that she had suffered at her place, would they still be able to continue? Countless thoughts flashed through Xie Qingying's mind, but none of them could help her escape successfully. What should she do? Xie Qingying looked around and suddenly remembered that when she had renovated the conference room, there was an alarm under the conference table. It was connected to the building's security and police stations. At that time, the alarm was only a normal security measure. It was mainly prepared to prevent the employees she had fired from causing trouble on the spot. Now it came in handy. Xie Qingying gradually moved her body under the table and sat up slowly. Fortunately, the conference table was relatively high, so she didn't need to hunch her body to move under the table. Her arms were tied behind her back by hard nylon rope. The rope was so tight that her arms were already in pain. Xie Qingying suspected that if she didn't get rescued in time, her arms would be crippled because of the long-term blood flow. Even if they weren't broken, she cursed those damned bandits, especially the new male director she had hired. She also hated herself for being blind to have hired such a person. He knelt on the ground and used his knees to move forward step by step. Finally, he arrived at the location under the conference table where the alarm was installed. She stood up and pressed her head against the alarm, but after a long time, she did not hear any response. Logically speaking, there should be a slight click before the alarm system outside was connected. What was going on? Xie Qingying thought that she hadn't hit the alarm, so she gritted her teeth and exerted more force. In the end, she didn't control her strength well, and her head hit the conference table with a thud. Voila! The conference table was kicked open, revealing Xie Qingying, who was under the table. That person laughed sinisterly. You're awake? What is he trying to do? Are you looking for someone to save you? Another voice said, Boss, there's an alarm under the conference table. You want to call the police? Bitch. The man who had been laughing sinisterly grabbed Xie Qingying's hair and pulled her up. He slapped Xie Qingying a few times, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Xie Qingying had never been tortured like this in her life. The arrogance in her bones was completely aroused. She spat out a mouthful of blood on that person's face. Don't be so arrogant. I've already called the police. The police will come to arrest you soon. Xie Qingying said loudly. If you let us go now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue to do evil, you can wait to go to jail. You've already called the police? The two men in the conference room looked at each other and laughed. Call the police. Who are you fooling? How are you going to call the police? The man standing at the front wiped the blood off his face and slapped Xie Qingying again. This time, Xie Qingying fell to the ground, her left cheek hitting the ground first. Her tender face scraped off a piece of skin on the hard Brazilian cherrywood floor, and the pain made her cry. The man raised a strange-shaped gun in his hand and said loudly, "I have a grenade magnetic storm gun. One bullet just now paralyzed all the networks and circuits here. You call the police? You have to ask if the grenade magnetic storm gun in my hand is okay." Xie Qingying didn't know what a grenade magnetic storm gun was, but when she heard the man say that one bullet had paralyzed all the networks and circuits here, she recalled that the alarm didn't seem to have worked. She looked at the electrical appliances and light switches in the conference room. They really didn't seem to have any electricity because the indicator lights were gone. Usually, even if the lights were turned off, there would be a small red dot flashing at the light switch. It was the indicator light. Now that the conference room was dark, the indicator lights couldn't be seen at all. Xie Qingying saw that she couldn't bluff them, so she had no choice but to come up with another plan. She begged, "Do you want money? I have money. I can transfer as much as you want. Why hurt me? Think about it. Who is my uncle? If he really harmed me, where do you think you can run to?" The man laughed and said, "Miss Xie, you don't have to worry about that." He half-knelt on one leg and squatted in front of Xie Qingying. He grabbed her hair again and brought her to his level. He asked, "Where's your cousin, Gunyinji? Where's she?" Xie Qingying's heart skipped a beat. Why would this person mention Gunyinji by name? "Tell me." The man was a little agitated. He pressed the gun in his hand against Xie Qingying's temple. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll shoot you. If you shoot me, you'll never find Gunyinji." Xie Qingying sneered. "Do you think I'm an idiot to play this game with me?" The man was stumped by Xie Qingying. He stared at her, flabbergasted. He really didn't know how to refute her. Just as they were in a stalemate, another man came in from outside and whispered to the man, "Boss, we've searched every office here. We didn't see anyone else. We don't know where she's hiding." Another man said, "Could it be that the information was wrong? Did she actually not come? Or has she already escaped?" "No, she's definitely still in the company. I locked the door, and someone checked the surveillance cameras at the door. No one went out after the blackout." Xie Qingying thought the voice was familiar. She glanced at it and realized it was her new male director. She glared at the man angrily. She wanted to shoot him with bullets in her eyes. The man sensed Xie Qingying's gaze and looked at her from the corner of his eye. He smiled lightly. "President Xie, why don't you tell me where Gunyinji is hiding?" Xie Qingying was half relieved. She was very sure that as long as someone wasn't caught by them, these people wouldn't do anything to her. Also, Gunyinji was so important to Hijichu. If he knew Gunyinji was in danger, Hijichu would probably come to save them immediately. Xie Qingying felt a slight bitterness in her heart when she thought of this, but she quickly suppressed it. At this time, staying alive was more important. No matter who Hijichu was here to save, it was fine as long as he could save them all. Xie Qingying understood this and said with a straight face, "How would I know? I've been in meetings here all this time. How could you not know?" The male director chuckled. "That's true." He turned to the hot-tempered man and said, "Boss, I've checked all 4 broadcast rooms over there. I've even checked the boxes next to the cameras. There's really no one there." Xie Qingying hung her head. She was also wondering where Gunyinji had gone. Could she have really run out? If she had really run out, she would have found a way to contact the outside, right? Would Hijichu come to save her? Xie Qingying's heart was in turmoil. One moment, she felt sweet. The next, she felt hopeless. At this moment, she could only do this to calm her emotions that were on the verge of a breakdown. The male director walked over and said with a smile, "However, I'm guessing she's still in the largest broadcast room. I was the last person to see her in that live broadcast room. She had 2 bodyguards. Our people killed one, so she only has 1 bodyguard left." The leader of these people immediately stood up and said, "Let's go to that broadcast room. We have to find her even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." They walked towards the door of the conference room. Halfway there, the leader turned around and pointed at Xie Qingying. "Bring her with you." 4 or 5 men dragged Xie Qingying to the largest broadcast room. There was no electricity here, so they used flashlights to light up the place. Several bright beams of light swayed in the pitch-black broadcast room, looking for a place to hide. However, after searching for a long time, they didn't see a single person. This is really strange. Could it be that she can fly? The leader of these people became impatient. He rushed to Xie Qingying angrily and grabbed her collar. He shouted again, "Tell me, where's Gunyinji? If you don't tell me, believe it or not, we'll gang rape you here today." Xie Qingying panicked. You, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. My uncle is Prime Minister Xie Beichun, and my fiancé is Major General He Jichu. If you dare touch me, they won't let you go. Ha! Do you think your uncle is so great because he's the Prime Minister? Your fiancé is Major General He Jichu. That's great. I haven't had a taste of the Major General's woman yet. I'm going to try it today. The man wasn't intimidated. He put the magnetic grenade gun on his back and stepped forward. He tore off Xie Qingying's top. Her full breasts were wrapped in a high-end pink and purple lace bra. The man's eyes almost turned red. Xie Qingying couldn't help but scream hysterically. Gunyinji hid alone in the ceiling area of the live broadcast room ceiling. The person protecting her had already snuck out to call for help. Before leaving, he stood on the table in the broadcast room and lifted her up to the concave light area on the ceiling. When there was electricity, of course it wasn't safe for Gunyinji to hide here. But now that there was no electricity, as long as she hid inside and didn't move, no one would think of this place. Of course, she couldn't hide here forever. Those people might think of this place in a while. Gunyinji believed that as long as she held on for a few more minutes, someone would come soon. In the end, she didn't wait for the person who saved them to come. What she waited for was the gangster about to rape Xie Qingying. Gunyinji couldn't watch this kind of violence happen right under her nose. Even though she knew it would be useless if she went down and might even end up in the same situation as Xie Qingying, she still couldn't tolerate it. She touched the gun in her bag and silently took it out. With a click, she loaded the gun. With the light of the flashlights in their hands, Gunyinji saw that the man was about to pounce on her and rape her. Expressionlessly, she aimed the gun at the back of the man's head and pulled the trigger. After one shot, the man's brain burst open. The other men were shocked and all took out their guns. The male broadcaster even bent down to retrieve the magnetic grenade gun from the back of the leader who had been shot by Gunyinji. Gunyinji panicked when she saw this. She couldn't let him use this gun. Once he took it out, she and Xie Qingying would die a horrible death. Gunyinji didn't care how many bullets she had. She aimed at the back of the man's head and shot again. Bang! The man fell to the ground as well. Then the third, the fourth, and the fifth. All of them died to Gunyinji's gun when they were picking up the gun. Actually, although Gunyinji's marksmanship wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't miss. But this time, she was looking down from above and had the advantage in position, so it was easy for her to shoot. In addition, these people risked their lives to snatch the magnetic grenade gun, which gave Gunyinji a chance to take advantage of. That was why she was able to fight against 5 people and bury them all here. Xie Qingying hadn't expected Gunyinji to be able to kill all these people. She had escaped death and was excited. She quickly put on her clothes and looked up at the dent in the ceiling above her head. She bumped into Gunyinji, who had poked her head out. Gunyinji whispered, "Cousin Xie, bring me a table. This place is so high, I don't dare to jump." Xie Qingying, "You don't dare to jump, but you dare to kill. How did this girl grow her guts?" Xie Qingying was grateful and ashamed to Gunyinji. She quickly pushed the table over. However, Gunyinji had just jumped down from the ceiling when another group of people rushed in. This group was obviously much more powerful. They were all wearing tight, gray gun suits, low-brimmed hats, and masks. They were muscular and moved quickly. The 5 bastards from before couldn't compare to them. The leader raised his hand and shot Xie Qingying in the shoulder. Another person rushed in front of Gunyinji and covered her mouth. He turned the butt of the gun and hit the back of her neck, knocking her out. Another 3 people searched the 5 bastards on the ground and took away any documents that could prove their identities. Then they fired several shots at their heads, smashing their faces into pieces. Xie Qingying couldn't take the ups and downs of the day anymore. Her eyes rolled up and she fainted. When she woke up, she saw He Zichu's anxious face. Achu! Xie Qingying felt extremely wronged. She threw herself at He Zichu and cried in his arms. He Zichu patted her patiently and asked, "Where's Nianji? Where did Nianji go?" This is the first and second chapter of today's big chapter. Chapter 1903, Moment of Crisis 3. It's the last day of August. Everyone should quickly cast your monthly votes. Today counts as the third chapter. There will be the third chapter at 8 p.m. We will continue to reward the leader of the General Alliance. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader of McMug Loves Blue for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1915. Xie Qingying shuddered at the thought of what had just happened. She grabbed He Zichu's shirt and said in a trembling voice, "Those people were too scary. Nianji was so powerful. If it weren't for her, I would have been bullied by those people." Fortunately, Gu Nianji had fired shot at the man at the critical moment and stopped them from attacking. Otherwise, Xie Qingying couldn't imagine what would have happened next. He Zichu paused and quickly looked at Xie Qingying. "It's good that you're okay. What about Nianji? Where did she go?" Xie Qingying closed her eyes. She was taken away. She had just jumped down from the light slot in the ceiling when another group of people rushed in. These people were even scarier than the 5 men from before. Xie Qingying touched her bandaged shoulder and grimaced in pain. He Zichu pushed her away. "Hurry up and get the bullet out of your shoulder. Take care." He then strode out of the ward. Xie Qingying looked at He Zichu with disappointment. Her lips parted and she wanted to stop him, but when she thought of Gu Nianji, who had been taken away, she didn't say anything. Gu Nianji was in danger now, and she still owed her for saving her life. Slowly leaning back on the bed, Xie Qingying closed her eyes. The scene just now slowly replayed in her mind, and she began to ponder some details that she hadn't noticed before. Those people had said they were here to capture Gu Nianji, and the people who had rushed in later had taken Gu Nianji away. Didn't this mean that she, Xie Qingying, was the one who had been caught in the crossfire? But what good did Gu Nianji have to make those people target her? From Xie Qingying's point of view, Gu Nianji was very capable, but she was like fire and water with the Qin family. After breaking off the engagement with He Zichu, Gu Nianji was just a normal person. What did such a person have that was worth it for them to scheme and spend so much effort? Was there a secret about Gu Nianji that she didn't know? Xie Qingying's intuition as a media person told her that there was big news here, but when she thought of what Gu Nianji had done for her, she suppressed her thoughts. She had to distinguish between kindness and hatred. She wasn't someone without a bottom line. Gu Nianji's head hit something that looked like a piece of metal with a thud. She hissed in pain and opened her eyes. She was still swaying. Her hands were tied behind her, so her center of gravity was unstable and she kept swaying. She blinked her eyes and gradually came back to her senses. She finally understood her situation. It seemed like she was in a caravan. The car was moving very fast and the ground was bumpy. She was tied up and thrown to the ground, and her head hit the fender of the car. Just as he was deep in thought, a thud sounded, and his head was struck once more. Her face darkened. These people were already tied up. Why didn't they let her stay in a place further away from the bumper of the car? Was it fun to make her hit the wall? The sound of her head hitting the car attracted the attention of the people in front. A man walked in her direction, grabbed her arm without saying a word, and pulled her up to sit in the back seat of the car. In the dimly lit car, the streetlights outside the car flashed and shone on Gu Nianji's fair and beautiful face. It was like a layer of gentle light. The man swallowed involuntarily and reached out to Gu Nianji's chest, wanting to tug at her clothes. Gu Nianji was even more speechless. Weren't these people kidnapping her because of her perfect genes? Shouldn't they be putting her on a pedestal? They even wanted to violate her? They must be out of their minds. Gunyinji sneered and shouted, "Stop! If you want a woman, where can't you find one? If you insist on making life difficult for me, I don't believe that your sugar daddy didn't order you to take me away unscathed. If you dare hurt me, let's see if your sugar daddy will pay you or not." The man's hand froze. That was what their employer had said. How did this woman know? Just as he was hesitating, another man walked over. Seeing the two of them in a stalemate, he slapped the back of the man's head and said in a low voice, "Get out. If you touch her again, I'll kill you. The boss told me to take her away unscathed, or I won't get paid." The man immediately sobered up and quickly said, "Boss, I was just scaring her. This girl is too hot. We can't touch her, but she can at least let us have a look. Her figure is really good." Gunyinji glanced at the boss who had just walked in. He looked to be in his 30s and wasn't very tall. At most 174 meters, he couldn't be taller. He wasn't burly either. He was thinner than the man she had just scolded, but he had an aura that couldn't be ignored. He also looked very ordinary, and the color of his eyes seemed to be a little pale. It was very dark in the car, so Gunyinji could only use the lights outside to size up the boss. The man quietly let her size up and leaned over to untie the rope binding her hands. Gunyinji was just about to thank him when the man turned around and took a pair of plastic handcuffs to handcuff her. "Gunyinji, I don't know if I should say it." Okay, she had misunderstood. This was a kidnapper who was more clear-headed, but he was still a kidnapper. Was it possible to convince them to let her go? But even if it was impossible, she had to try. Gunyinji pursed her lips and asked quietly, "Who asked you to kidnap me? How much did he pay you?" "Huh? Who asked us to kidnap you? What do you care?" The kidnapper who had wanted to violate Gunyinji earlier sneered. "Besides, he gave you this amount." He gestured with his hands. "Can you afford tens of millions of US dollars? No matter how much he gave you, I'll double it," Gunyinji said calmly. "If you don't believe me, give me a call. I'll immediately get someone to transfer half of the money to your bank account." The man was stunned again. "Are you really that rich? What do you think? Otherwise, why would that person ask you to kidnap me? People die for money, and birds die for food." Gunyinji's tongue was like a lotus flower. She used her skills in court and continued to bluff. "Look, I have so much money. Your financial backer only needs to give you a small portion, and he can get the majority. Aren't you guys stupid? You're the ones who put in the effort and killed people, but you can only get the soup and watch him eat the meat." Gunyinji continued, "I promise I won't call the police. Even if the police do, they'll only arrest the person behind you, not you. I'll treat it as making friends, and the money will be used to hire bodyguards. How about that? Is it really that good?" The kidnapper was a little tempted. It was indeed as Gunyinji had said. They had only come out to do this case for money. The other party had promised them such a large sum of money. As long as they left the country, they would immediately be able to start a new life. However, they still had a case, so they probably wouldn't be able to return to the country in the future. "How about it? Boss, is it?" The boss was more simple-minded than the kidnapper. He shook his head expressionlessly. "We've already signed a contract. We can't go back on our words in the underworld. It's her business that she has money. Do you really think she'll double it?" The man glanced at Gunyinji. "Don't be fooled by her." After a pause, he added, "Lawyers are the best at lying." Gunyinji was speechless. She chuckled. "Boss is indeed the boss. You see further and think deeper than others. If you're so capable, why do you have to do a career as a kidnapper with no future? Don't you want to retire and clear your name? If you're so committed to your contract, you should set up a proper security company and go public. You'll get rich overnight and bring honor to your ancestors. In the future, you'll be able to marry a fair, rich, and beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of your life." The boss acted as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what Gunyinji said, he was still unmoved. However, the other kidnappers heard her and came over in shock. "Boss, are you really not going to consider her suggestion?" "Yes, what if what she said is true?" The corners of the big boss's mouth twitched. He took out a piece of tape and sealed Gunyinji's mouth. He warned her indifferently, "You'd better behave yourself. I won't hold back if you try to incite my subordinates again." Gunyinji glared at him hatefully. He said it as if he was being polite. She really wanted to throw the handcuffs on her hands at his face. In the midst of the stalemate, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Gunyinji fell from the seat. The man instinctively supported her and turned around to ask, "What happened?" "Boss, the police set up a checkpoint in front. All cars have to stop for inspection. There are also a lot of police dogs." This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1904, Moment of Crisis 3. The second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, in April had arrived. It was the last day of August. Everyone should quickly cast your monthly votes. The first and second updates had already been updated in the morning. The two updates were combined into one. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1916. Checkpoint. The leader of the kidnappers frowned and returned to his seat next to the window. He looked out the dark brown window for a while. "Let's go and find another way." The leader waved his hand. "There are many cars in front turning around. We could just follow behind them. Don't panic and don't drive too fast." There was a long queue at the checkpoint in front of them. Many police dogs were wagging their tails and sniffing in front of the cars. Gunyinji suddenly felt that the police must be looking for her. She suddenly stood up from her seat and slammed her head against the window. She didn't expect to break the window. She only wanted to make a big noise to attract the police and police dogs in front. However, the leader of the kidnappers sitting next to her was shockingly fast. Before Gunyinji could reach the edge of the window, she had already been pulled back by the man. His grip was so strong that Gunyinji's shoulder was almost dislocated. Gunyinji fell back in her seat involuntarily and watched as the man put a very deep hood on her head. There seemed to be a smell in the hood. Gunyinji didn't have time to hold her breath and gradually lost consciousness. The leader of the kidnappers half-carried Gunyinji in his arms and said to the other four people in the car, "What are you looking at? Turn around quickly." In 2 hours, they had run 7 or 8 different roads. They had almost run through all the roads leading to the south of the Third Ring Road in the imperial capital. However, these roads were so tightly blocked that even a fly couldn't fly out. If they wanted to pass, they would have to undergo a checkpoint. At that time, they would all be arrested. Don't even mention any disguise methods. It's useless. The checkpoint even checked fingerprints. If they wanted to avoid this kind of inspection, they would have to change their skin immediately. But was that possible? What should we do? The other 4 kidnappers in the car were anxious. "Boss, could this woman really be very powerful? If what she said is true, why don't we cooperate with her?" They kidnapped for money. If they couldn't get money, then they shouldn't do it. The leader of the kidnappers snorted and looked at them. "If any of you want to change your mind, raise your right hand." In the end, the 4 people thought for a while. Only the kidnapper who had tried to violate Gunyinji raised his right hand. "You want to cooperate with her?" The leader of the kidnappers looked him up and down and said harshly, "How can I have such a stupid subordinate like you? You've offended her the most, yet you still want to cooperate with her and ask her for money? Did the thing in your crotch grow in the wrong place? Did it grow on your head?" "Boss, you can't say that." The kidnapper was anxious. "Look outside. There were cops everywhere. Since I can't escape, I might as well." Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The leader of the kidnappers had unknowingly produced a small silvery white pistol in his hand. The shot hit the kidnapper's forehead. The force of the bullet was just right. It did not fly out from the back of the head, so there was no scene of brain matter bursting out. The other 3 kidnappers were stunned. The leader of the kidnappers blew on the muzzle and said lightly, "Throw him into the moat over there. Then come up and we'll head north." The other 3 kidnappers were completely subdued by the man's attitude. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts and obediently dragged the dead kidnapper out of the car. They used his clothes to wrap his head so that not even a trace of blood could be seen. It was the darkest time before dawn. The street lamps here happened to be broken, and it was also a surveillance blind spot. It was pitch black here. The kidnappers threw the dead kidnapper into the moat not far away and obediently returned to the car. "Boss, where are we going?" "Wait a minute, I'll call the boss." As the kidnapper spoke, he took out his phone and got out of the car. He found a more secluded place and dialed the number on the other side. He briefly explained the situation, and the person on the other side seemed to be speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Where are you now?" "Boss, please forgive me for not being able to say. This phone call is not very safe. If someone were to eavesdrop, all our efforts would be wasted." The person on the other side wasn't angry at the kidnapper's words at all. Instead, he said emotionally, "Sir, you really are someone who does great things. Those 5 bastards from before deserve to die. They were just scapegoats to divert attention. Okay, you guys rest first. I'll call you at dawn tomorrow." The person coughed a few times on the phone. "Okay, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If I don't hear from you, I'll make my own decision." The kidnapper sounded like someone who was used to giving orders. The boss who answered the phone was also very respectful to him. After all, he was the leader of the foreign mercenaries that the boss had spent an astronomical sum of money to hire. He had once been able to launch a coup in a Middle Eastern country by himself and decide on the royal family's successor. Lu Jin had been feeling uneasy at the Lu Corporation's press conference. He didn't even hear what Lu Yuan was saying to the reporters. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about this. Lu Yuan alone was enough to deal with it. However, as the largest shareholder of the Lu Corporation, he had to be present at a time like this, even if he didn't say a word. There were especially many people at today's press conference, and the reporters' questions were endless. Even though Lu Yuan was good at dealing with this kind of situation, he was still a little tired of being asked. Under normal circumstances, the press conference would only last half an hour, but it lasted for a full 3 hours. In the end, Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the microphone and said, "That's all for today. You spent 3 hours asking all these questions today. They're all nonsense and a complete waste of our time. If the shareholders listen to the fake news you made up, will you compensate them if they lose all their money?" All the reporters were stunned when he said this. No one had ever said that to them. However, before the reporters could retaliate, the internet had already started to make a ruckus. Because Lu Jin had successfully shifted the focus, the shareholders began to attack the news media organizations that had released news about the Lu Corporation. Lu Jin's words, "If the shareholders listen to the fake news you made up, will you compensate them if they lose all their money?" aroused the shareholders' common hatred for the enemy. They no longer besieged the official account of the Lu Corporation. Instead, they went to tear apart the news media. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin finally left the press conference. By the time they came out of the hotel where the press conference was held, it was almost midnight. Lu Jin quickly said, "We've been delayed for so long. I wonder if Nianji is starving." He took out his phone and immediately dialed Gu Nianji's number, but it rang for a long time. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at Gu Nianji's location and found that she wasn't at Xie Qingying's company or at home, but at a police station. Lu Jin was terrified. He immediately said to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, quickly call Nianji. She seems to be in trouble." "What trouble?" "Her location shows that she's at the police station." Lu Yuan was stunned. "Are you sure?" He immediately took out his phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number. This time, it didn't ring for long before someone picked up, but he didn't hear the person on the other end. Lu Yuan knew that something was wrong and asked cautiously, "May I ask if this is Lawyer Gu?" "I'm Lu Yuan. My company is a client of your law firm. I have some legal questions that I would like to ask you." Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. He didn't know what kind of show he was playing. The person who answered the phone said, "Mr. Lu, I'm not Lawyer Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu Nianji is in some trouble. She's missing. We're the police station. We received a call tonight and went to Clear Shadow Media Company. We found her bag and phone at the scene." "Missing? Are you sure?" Lu Yuan was also a little anxious. "She doesn't have any relatives here. I'm her client and also her friend. Can I come to the police station to take a look at her things?" "Okay." The person from the police station was very polite. "We have people on duty. This case has been classified as a major case by the higher-ups and will be dealt with quickly and severely. Don't worry." Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to argue with them. He put away his phone and said to Lu Jin, "Something might have happened to Nianji. Let's go to the police station first and take a look at what she left behind." When Lu Jin heard that something had really happened to Gu Nianji, he no longer cared about hiding his identity and immediately called Xie Qingying. However, no one answered Xie Qingying's phone for a long time. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and called Xie Qingying's house to find Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao. Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, was Lu Jin, Gu Xianwen's biological sister. However, the siblings didn't have a good relationship and hadn't contacted each other for many years. Xie Qingying hadn't been familiar with her biological uncle, Gu Xiangwen, since she was young. Later, when Gu Xiangwen was wanted for murder, Xie Qingying was even more ashamed to mention her uncle, who was suspected of murder, to others. However, Lu Jin still remembered Xie Qingying's phone number clearly. Even if they had changed their number, it would be easy for him to find it. Xie Dezhao, where's your daughter? Lu Jin asked impolitely as soon as the call connected. Xie Dezhao had just returned from the hospital. He packed his things and was about to go back to bed. His daughter, Xie Qingying, had been shot today and had just finished surgery to remove the bullet fragments from her shoulder. He was already very nervous and sad. When he heard this rude call, the usually gentle and polite Xie Dezhao was also angry. He said, "Who are you? Why are you looking for my daughter?" "Your daughter called Nianji to her company today. Now that Nianji is missing, is your daughter missing?" Lu Jin asked directly. "If she's not missing, ask her to hand over Nianji. Otherwise, I'll make her new media company closed down tomorrow." Lu Jin threatened aggressively. Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore and said, "I'll go to the police station to take a look at what Nianji left behind. You can do as you please." However, after getting into the car, he still stuck his head out of the window and reminded Lu Jin, "You have to be careful not to expose yourself. If something really happens to Nianji, she needs you to save her, so you can't put yourself in danger." Lu Yuan's words finally calmed Lu Jin, who was almost hot-headed. He had been so anxious that he had almost said, "my daughter," a few times, but luckily he had held it in. "Okay, I know. I'll be careful," Lu Jin said. He didn't want to waste any more time with Xie Dezhao. He hacked into his phone and obtained all the text messages Xie Dezhao had received today. He also knew that Xie Qingying had been shot and had been sent to the hospital. She had just finished surgery. He even had the name and address of the hospital. Without another word, Lu Jin asked the driver to take him to the hospital to see Xie Qingying. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1905, Moment of Crisis for Monthly votes, hurry up and come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. However, the second and third updates were the big chapters at 8 o'clock in the evening. This kind of plot, I'll try my best to make a big chapter, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1917. Xie Qingying's surgery was very successful. However, after the surgery, the anesthetic had worn off and her shoulder was burning with pain, waking her up. The doctor also gave her a prescription for painkillers to make her feel better. Lying on a hospital bed, Xie Qingying, who had been excited all day, finally felt sleepy and wanted to sleep under the effect of the powerful painkillers. At this time, the door of her ward was pushed open, and a tall, thin figure quickly rushed to the side of her bed. Xie Qingying's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart tightened. She thought that the kidnappers would not let her go and had come to the hospital again. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw a tall, unprepossessing middle-aged man. He looked a little familiar. Xie Qingying blinked and quickly remembered that this was Lu Jin, the major shareholder of the Lu Corporation. This person's looks were average, and he didn't speak much. He was a very low-key person. Why is he here? Xie Qingying tried her best to sit up from the hospital bed. Before she could say anything, Lu Jin had already asked, "You invited Gu Nianji to your company, and then she was kidnapped. How could you still be sleeping here? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Xie Qingying, where did this lunatic come from? Xie Qingying's expression changed. She had thought that he was here to check on her injuries, but it turned out that he was here to help Gu Nianji. Xie Qingying suppressed her anger and frowned slightly. "Mr. Lu, how can you say that? I'm also very upset that Nianji is missing, but I can't do anything about it. Chasing the thief is the police's job, and I'm injured. I can't do it even if I want to. Lu Jin's gaze lingered on the bandage on Xie Qingying's shoulder for a moment. He snorted softly. You're not dead. Hurry up and tell me what happened to Gunyanji. How did she disappear? You better tell me everything clearly without missing a single word, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Do you believe that I'll get rid of all the fans that you've gained recently? Xie Qingying was so angry at Lu Jin's words that she coughed violently. What's your relationship with Nianji? Do you need to care about her? Xie Qingying covered her chest and said coldly, I've already told the police what I need to say. I have no obligation to repeat myself. Please leave. I want to rest. Why do you care what my relationship with Gunyanji is? She's my friend, and even I, an outsider, am panicking when something happens to my friend. How can you be so calm and distinguish between a police officer and an outsider? I suspect that you conspired with someone to kidnap Gunyanji. Lu Jin saw that Xie Qingying was unwilling to tell him the truth, so he was also angry. He scolded Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying was also angry. Ignoring the pain from the wound on her shoulder, she shouted, I conspired with someone. I conspired with someone and was almost violated. I conspired with someone and got shot. Mr. Liu, can you use your brain before you speak? Haven't I thought about it? Lu Jin clenched his fists. He was so anxious that he was about to die. Do you know the trick of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of others? Were you assaulted? Did you get shot and die? I don't think so. This is the trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll really call the police. Lu Jin took out his phone and deliberately provoked Xie Qingying. I can testify that you conspired with someone to kidnap Gunyanji. Because she's the woman you like the most, loved by the man you like, you were dissatisfied and wanted her to disappear, so you conspired with someone to kidnap her. His words were reasonable. If Xie Qingying wasn't the person involved, she would have almost believed him. At that moment, she even felt a sense of panic. Would Yijichu think the same? His attitude, just now, seemed a little perfunctory. Xie Qingying suppressed her discomfort and grievance. She took a deep breath and slowly leaned against the hospital bed. She said in a low voice, You have to have evidence to speak. From the beginning to the end, Nianji was the one who contacted me first. She was also the one who wanted to see the original copy of the information. I wanted to show her the scanned copy, but she refused. Later, I suggested asking her if she wanted to go to my company. After I went there, I was in a meeting, and she was in another room looking at the information. Later, I was plotted against. Someone worked together from the inside and outside to capture me and interrogate me about where Nianji was hiding. I didn't say a word until they were about to. Nianji couldn't take it anymore, so she pulled out her gun and saved me. When Lu Jin heard this, he quickly said, And then? She saved you, but what did you do? Why didn't you get help? There was a power outage in the entire building. We were on the 18th floor, and the elevator couldn't be used. There was no signal on my phone, and it was out of battery. I wanted to call the police, but even the alarm was out of battery. Lu Jin pondered. The power outage, the phone no signal, and even the phone no power. Could it be that the other party used a high-powered grenade magnetic storm gun? What else? He continued to ask Xie Qingying. Also, I was dragged to the room where Nianji was hiding. They wanted to rape me, Xie Qingying said with a straight face. Nianji stopped them and killed them all. Killed them all? Where's Nianji? Lu Jin raised his voice. Why is she missing again? She covered her face with her hands. Nianji saved me. I moved the table over and asked her to jump down from the groove in the ceiling. But just as she jumped down, 5 more men rushed in. These people are much more ferocious than the previous 5. They fired decisively and hit Xie Qingying. Then, they knocked Gunyanji out and took her away. Xie Qingying finally cried after she finished speaking. Who exactly did Nianji offend? Why did those people do this to her? There were 5 more people. Lu Jin finally understood that it wasn't a simple kidnapping case. With Xie Qingying's abilities, she wouldn't be able to find the 5 ruthless kidnappers. From her description, the other party's skills had already reached the level of an elite mercenary. They were also the type of mercenaries who were especially ferocious and good at assassination. It shouldn't have anything to do with her. But even so, in Lu Jin's heart, Xie Qingying still couldn't escape the blame. So he continued to pester her. Who did she offend? Didn't she just offend you? You're the Prime Minister's niece, the daughter of the Xie family. She's just an ordinary orphan girl with no parents. If you wanted her to die, would she be able to live past tomorrow? I didn't. Xie Qingying was so angry that her face turned pale. Her breathing was rapid, and her heart was beating violently. She was about to go into shock. I don't like her, but that's a different matter. If I don't like someone, I want her to die. Murder is a felony. I'm not that crazy. Besides, what grudge does she have with me? She clearly has more grudges with the Qin family. At this point, Xie Qingying suddenly narrowed her eyes. What role does the Lu Corporation play in this? Someone told me that you used the name of the network security company to secretly install a backdoor into the Qin Corporation's intranet and even hacked into someone else's system to download internal financial documents. Why did you suddenly get dragged in? Lu Jin clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked. Being able to think of this means you're not stupid. He didn't say anything else. He turned around, pushed open the door, and left like a whirlwind. The 2 people he had brought with him stood guard at the door like door gods, not letting anyone in. After Lu Jin left, the nurse outside came in to comfort Xie Qingying and apologized to her for breaking into the ward. Xie Qingying, however, couldn't sleep anymore. She thought about what had happened recently, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Just then, her father, Xie Zhao, pushed open the door and came in. He frowned and said, "Who was that person just now? He was so aggressive in the elevator and kept glaring at me." Xie Qingying, was it a tall, thin, and average-looking man? Yes, how did you know? That person is a major shareholder of the Lu Corporation. He even questioned me just now. Xie Qingying smiled bitterly. However, as a major shareholder of a listed company, the content of the questioning was not related to her revelations, but to an ordinary friend. It was really puzzling. Xie Qingying searched the hospital bed. "What are you looking for?" "My phone." Xie Qingying remembered that her phone seemed to have run out of battery in an instant. Later, when she was sent to the hospital, no one should have charged her phone, right? Xie Zhao took out his phone, and it just happened to ring. He looked at it and handed it to Xie Qingying. "It's your mommy." Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, had been abroad recently to attend an art exhibition and had just received the news that Xie Qingying was injured. Xie Qingying quickly took the phone. "Mommy, I'm fine." On the other end of the phone, Gu Tian said anxiously, "How can you be fine? Your dad said it was a gunshot wound. How can a gunshot wound be fine? Wait for me. I'll buy a plane ticket back to China right away." Xie Qingying comforted her mother a little more before hanging up. She then said to Xie Zhao, "Dad, I'm hungry. Can you buy me a bowl of OG's congee with pork and century egg?" OG's congee with pork and century egg was in the 4th Ring Road. It would definitely take Xie Zhao a lot of time to buy it. After sending Xie Zhao away, Xie Qingying called He Zhichu. He Zhichu had come out of the hospital and gone to the military's Central Network System department. He was there, monitoring the imperial capital's channels and receiving instant messages at any time. When Xie Qingying called, he had just finished setting up all the checkpoints in the city. Seeing that it was Xie Qingying calling, He Zhichu picked up the phone. "Qingying, what's the matter?" He Zhichu's cold voice came from the phone. It was slightly hoarse. Xie Qingying's heart instantly softened. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Young master He, what exactly is Nianji's identity? Why did those people use such a big force to deal with her? What is her relationship with the Lu Corporation?" He Zhichu, Xie Qingying relied on her reporter's intuition and eloquence to ask. "From the moment I received the news to the moment I published it as the headline news, causing the Lu Corporation stock to plummet, and then Nianji came to me. Was this series of events continuous? The person who exposed me wasn't the Qin private hospital group, nor was it the Lu Corporation. It was Gu Nianji, right?" Is this informant the mastermind behind this? What grudge does he have with Nianji? Why did he go through so much trouble to kidnap her? What is it about Nianji that the other party is willing to pay any price to plot against her? Hijichu didn't speak for a long time. To be honest, Xie Qingying had indeed been caught in the crossfire this time. Moreover, she knew nothing about their complicated situation. She was like an outsider who had suddenly been pulled into the circle, but her eyes were still covered by a layer of fog. She couldn't see the waves under the surface. Hijichu said apologetically, "Don't worry about it. I'll deal with Nianji's matter. Rest well, and don't let your imagination run wild." "I'm not letting my imagination run wild." Xie Qingying hated Hijichu's tone the most. She could tell now that Hijichu was hiding many things from her, and he was blaming her for letting her imagination run wild. "If you don't tell me, won't I investigate it myself?" Xie Qingying said stubbornly. "Besides, we're lovers. Shouldn't lovers be honest with each other?" "Young master he, what other concerns do you have about me? Would I not be on your side? Would you?" Hijichu calmed down. "When you received the news, you didn't hesitate to expose it. Are you blaming me?" Xie Qingying's heart turned cold. Gunyanji was right. She took a deep breath, and her heart tightened. It was as if someone was strangling her and stuffing pebbles into her throat. Her chest and stomach were heavy, and the wound on her shoulder hurt even more. Xie Qingying panted slightly, and her eyes were red. "If you had told me everything earlier, I wouldn't have done such a thing. How would I have known that the Lu Corporation was so close to Nianji? How would I have known that their target was actually Nianji? If you had known, you should have warned me to avoid these traps." She really couldn't be blamed for all of this. However, he wouldn't tell Xie Qingying everything. It was completely impossible. Hijichu rubbed his temples with a headache. "You know now? That's enough. Don't say I didn't remind you this time. Don't worry about this anymore. Even if you're a reporter, you'll interfere with official business and affect our rescue of Nianji. If you still remember that Nianji saved your life, then show mercy. Don't try to use her to stir up news again." Xie Qingying's expression turned completely cold. "Young master he, in your heart, am I such a person who has no principles and no bottom line? Even my savior is used to stir up news? You're questioning my professional ethics and character. I'm asking you for details because I want to know the truth so that I won't make the same mistake again. Besides, everyone knows that you're with me now, so the other party even used me this time. You're still hiding it from me. Do you think I'm a Superman who can see through the ulterior motives and conspiracies behind every incident?" Hijichu had nothing to say in the face of Xie Qingying's questioning. He looked at his watch. "Qingying, you've already wasted 10 minutes of my time saving Nianji. Can you wait until Nianji returns safely before I answer your questions? During this time, can you promise me that you won't report anything related to Nianji?" "Okay." Xie Qingying's mood improved a little when she heard Hijichu's words. She only needed a simple promise from the person she liked. "I promise you that before Nianji is rescued, I won't report anything related to her. Also, I will supervise my colleagues and not let them leak anything. Okay, take care of yourself. Don't work so hard." Hijichu's tone softened a little. After putting down the phone, Hijichu threw himself back into his intense work. He had been busy for almost the entire night, but when it was almost dawn, another piece of news came. "Young master there was a sudden fire in our lab. After the fire was extinguished, Qin Yaowang disappeared." Hijichu raised his head and asked coldly, "What did you say? Who disappeared?" Qin Yaowang." His personal secretary mustered up her courage and said, "She was originally tied to the lab bench for experiments, but the lab next door suddenly caught fire, so everyone evacuated. When the fire was lifted and the experimenters returned, they found that Qin Yaowang had disappeared from the lab bench. Our people quickly investigated and found that someone had taken advantage of the fire to kidnap Qin Yaowang from the lab bench and headed south." Hijichu slammed his fist on the computer console in front of him. "Qin Beiyoi. It must have been Qin Beiyoi. Passed down my orders to speed up the search on the sea, land, and air, especially the vehicles and pedestrians heading south. Don't let a single one of them go. Qin Beiyoi was already on their wanted list, and now Qin Yaoguang was also on their wanted list. And there was still no news of Gunyinji. This was today's Chapter 2 and 3 updates. Chapter 1906, Moment of Crisis 5. Monthly votes quickly come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. P.S. Thank you to Autumn Clouds from Dowdu reading for the 10,000 views yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1918. He Jichu's personal secretary first said loudly, "Yes," but then asked hesitantly, "What about the north? Do we need to guard the north?" He Jichu raised his hand and said calmly, "The south is more important, but don't relax on the north either." By the evening of the next day, all the roads south from the imperial capital were blocked, and even the planes were grounded. Lorraine sought Qin Yaoguang, who had been rescued by the Soviet diplomat Peter at the Soviet embassy, and was full of admiration for him. "Okay, I'll listen to you. We'll go north to Siberia, and then return to the United States through the Bering Strait." Hua Xiaoheng frowned and stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, "Do you believe me now?" I believe. Why don't you believe me?" Lorraine took a puff of his cigar. "Since I'm so determined to get Qin Yaoguang, those people from Huaxia are crazy. Did you see the road south? They even grounded their planes. This is crazy." Hua Xiaoheng turned around, his eyes bloodshot. "That was just bait we threw out. As long as they believe us, it means we've succeeded." He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "There's no time to lose. Our embassy car will leave at 8 o'clock tonight and head north. As long as we can leave the imperial capital, we'll be halfway to success." Lorraine laughed loudly. "No problem. I'll take my own car and leave first. I'll wait for you in Siberia. We'll see you there." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and said politely, "Where's Qin Beiyoi? He hasn't contacted you yet? According to our agreement, if I get Qin Yaoguang, you have to take Qin Beiyoi with you." "This old man is very smart," Lorraine sneered. "Mr. Peter, you were right. He doesn't fully believe me. He just wants to use my connections to get him an American identity. Qin Beiyoi is so rich, but he didn't get an American green card in advance?" Hua Xiaoheng asked in surprise. "No," Lorraine shrugged. "His company is in Huaxia. What's the use of getting a green card? He can't live in the United States for most of the year, unless he gets a citizenship, but if he does, he'll become a foreigner. China does not allow foreigners to set up hospitals." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "That's why he still doesn't have permanent resident status." "Yes, so no matter which way he goes, he'll find me in America," Lorraine said proudly. "Then we'll meet in Siberia." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Qin Bei is also determined to get his daughter, Qin Yaoguang. Please don't let your guard down, Mr. Lorraine." "Of course I know that." Lorraine had actually been stood up by Qin Bei this time and had lost face in front of Hua Xiaoheng. After he left, Hua Xiaoheng called Yi Jichu. "Young master what happened in Yinji? Haven't your men been following her? This is your territory." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was a little suppressed as he asked unhappily. Yi Jichu said expressionlessly, "My people are setting up checkpoints everywhere. Don't you watch the news?" Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone and opened the social media site. Sure enough, news about the inspection point flooded the screen. What's the use of setting up a checkpoint now? If your people were useful, they wouldn't have lost her at the first sign of trouble. The two of them argued for a while before Hua Xiaoheng said to He Jichu, "You'd better send more people to look for her. If you still can't find her, you'll have to commit suicide to atone for your crime." He Jichu sneered. "Why don't you go look for her? Everyone knows what you're capable of, Mr. Peter. Although this is my territory, you, Mr. Peter, are in my territory as if you're in no one's land." Hua Xiaoheng, he was silent for a moment. "I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I can't spare the time for the time being. Ninji's whereabouts are up to you." "Huh? Peter, oh Peter, that's all you can do to Ninji?" He Jichu suddenly laughed arrogantly. The person who was listening to the phone almost thought that he was deaf and had misheard. Hua Xiaoheng had already hung up and didn't continue. However, Just as he hung up on He Zichu, Lu Jin and Lu Yuan called at almost the same time. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a second and answered Lu Jin's call first. Uncle Lu, Hua Xiaoheng, what are you doing? Do you know that Nianji is missing? Lu Jin roared. Hua Xiaoheng nodded expressionlessly. I just called He Zichu and urged him to send someone to investigate. Of course he has to investigate, but what about you? Don't tell me you're just going to wash your hands of it. Lu Jin was anxious and stomped his feet as he held the phone. I still have something to do here, so I can't leave for the time being, Hua Xiaoheng said hesitantly. He held the window frame with one hand and almost made a handprint on it. Lu Jin was so angry that he blurted out, You have something to do? What could be more important than Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng, don't say I didn't remind you. If you don't find Nianji this time, I won't let her marry you. Lu Jin slammed the phone down before Hua Xiaoheng answered Lu Yuan's call. He didn't talk to Lu Yuan like Lu Jin did. Lu Yuan wasn't as easy to fool as Lu Jin. Xiaoheng, tell me what's going on. Why didn't you look for Nianji? Lu Yuan had been standing by the side and heard Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng's conversation. He also found it unbelievable. Hua Xiaoheng said, The situation is very complicated and beyond our expectations. However, I've already sent people out. I hope we can find Nianji in time. Don't tell Uncle Lu. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, got it. Do you need us to do anything? You'd better get to the bottom of the Lu Corporation as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be too passive, Hua Xiaoheng said implicitly. I've already contacted my mother. She's looking forward to your return. What? Lu Yuan was shocked and almost couldn't hold his phone. What did you say? When did you contact her? Why didn't I know? How did you contact her? Where did the energy come from? Although Hua Xiaoheng was also very anxious, he still said patiently, We'll talk about these things in detail when we have time. Hurry up and deal with the Lu Corporation. Although the crisis this time was beyond our expectations, from another perspective, it's an opportunity. As long as we make good use of it, we can get twice the result with half the effort. Okay, I understand. Lu Yuan remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had just returned to the Soviet Union a while ago and suddenly understood something. Lu Jin saw that Lu Yuan was silent, so he immediately leaned over and asked nervously, What did Hua Xiaoheng say? Did he look for Nianji? He has his plan. Don't worry, don't cause trouble for him. Lu Yuan could only comfort him like this. Also, why don't we sort out the Lu Corporation first? Lu Jin's face darkened as he glared at Lu Yuan. What's his plan? Don't play dumb with me. Lu Yuan had promised Hua Xiaoheng that he couldn't tell Lu Jin about this. He was worried that he would act impulsively and really do something that would affect Hua Xiaoheng's plan. If Lu Jin went crazy, no one knew what earth-shattering things he would do. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say what his plan was. He only said that the situation was very complicated and beyond their expectations. Lu Yuan thought about it and revealed, Xiaoheng and the others originally had their own plans, but I heard that something exceeded their expectations. I'm guessing that Nianji's disappearance wasn't part of their plan. They're all a bunch of trash. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. They're usually so arrogant, but they can't even protect a little girl. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Lu Jin raked his hair in frustration and said angrily, Don't look at me. I'm also one of those trash. So what if I'm powerful? I'm still being led by the nose by that old fart, Qin Bei. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. You mean Qin Bei ordered it? Who else could it be? Lu Jin paced around the room. When you said that Hua Xiaoheng had a plan, but the situation exceeded his expectations, I understood. Hasn't he been planning to deal with Qin Bei and Lorraine? That old fart, Qin Bei, must have used Lorraine and Hua Xiaoheng to confuse them and then took the opportunity to kidnap Nianji. Lu Yuan said calmly, If that's the case, then Qin Bei has also made a move against us. Why do you think the matter of the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private group was suddenly exposed? Otherwise, why would they have been trapped at the press conference and allowed those people to kidnap Nianji? Haha, that old fart, Qin Bei really thinks he can fight me. Lu Jin's face revealed an extremely surly expression. Just like that time, when he had decided to send Gu Nianji to the other world and resolutely died. Lu Yuan immediately grabbed his arm and said seriously, "Look, now do you understand why Xiaoheng told me not to tell you? It's all my fault. If I say one more word, you might disrupt their plan. F***CK your plan. I just want my daughter to come back safely." Lu Jin roared and pushed Lu Yuan away. His eyes were red. "Nianji isn't your daughter. It's easy for you to say that. Do you know how much hardship she suffered since she was young? Do you know what kind of bad luck she might suffer if she was kidnapped?" Lu Jin's hands trembled as he pointed at Lu Yuan and scolded. "I was impulsive. I can't control your ambitions. But as long as you give me a clue, I can find her as soon as possible. The earlier we find her, the less torture she'll suffer. I beg you. As a father, I beg you." When Lu Jin said this, Lu Yuan had yet to hang up the phone with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng, who was on the other end of the phone, heard Lu Jin's words clearly. At that moment, his internal organs were burning, and he was under immense pressure. His dry lips opened and closed several times. In the end, he said to Lu Yuan, "President Lu, if Uncle Lu really wants to look for her, I can send him a message, but I hope he won't alert the enemy." Lu Jin snatched Lu Yuan's phone away and said loudly to Hua Xiaoheng, "What exactly do you want to do? You'd better tell me quickly." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. "We just got news that the car holding Nianji hostage is heading north. It might be heading out of the country to Siberia. If you're worried, you can follow that car, but if they find out, I won't be able to save the two of them." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1907, Moment of Crisis 6. Monthly votes, come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. The second and third update was also the big chapter at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1919. Why are we going to Siberia? Isn't that in the Soviet Union? Lu Jin exclaimed, but he quickly came back to his senses. "Okay, I'll go. I won't let them find out." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with a headache and continued to remind him, "If you find any traces of them, don't alert them. The leader of the kidnappers is an elite mercenary. They kill without batting an eye and are ruthless people who can give up their lives at any time to complete their mission." Lu Jin's heart shrank into a ball. Who had put Gu Nianji in such a dangerous place? He thought about it for a while. He had already blamed all the people he should blame, but Yi Chengjian was left out. So he said, unhappily, "This is Huaxia, Yi Chengjian's territory. How could he let such people sneak in? Isn't he afraid that these people's target is him?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue the topic. "I'm very busy. Don't contact me until we reach Siberia." He hung up the phone after saying that. He knew that by doing this, he would definitely offend Lu Jin, his father-in-law, but he had no other choice. Qin Bei's forces were too well hidden. He had been operating for too long, and he was too cunning. It was impossible to uproot him in a short period of time. If he had just escaped quietly, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Fortunately, Qin Bei had been planning for so long, so of course he wouldn't be willing to suffer a crushing defeat. He was always preparing for a comeback, so he would never give up on Qin Yaowang, which was why he had given them an opportunity. To be honest, they hadn't expected Qin Bei to be so greedy and conceited. Not only did he want Qin Yaowang, but he also wanted Gu Nianji. It had only frightened Gu Nianji. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu were both in this line of work. They were used to adapting to the situation and controlling the situation in time, so it didn't get out of hand. Gu Nianji woke up leisurely in the car. The sun had already risen. Another night had passed, she thought to herself. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, her heart sank. Had they already left the imperial capital? How long had she slept? Outside was no longer a bustling city with tall buildings. Instead, it was a green field and a low bungalow. She watched silently until the sun rose. Based on the direction of the sunlight, she confirmed that they were heading north. Where were they going? She looked at it for a moment, and a large piece of bread was suddenly placed in front of her. Dalaba, breakfast. Gu Nianji turned around and shifted her gaze from the huge piece of bread to the face of the person who spoke. It was the leader of the kidnappers. Her heart thumped. Liba means bread in Russian. Of course, it was a big piece of bread. What did this person mean by calling bread Dalaiba in China? Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and assumed an arrogant posture. She lifted her chin and said coldly, "I want milk and steamed dumplings. This bread is dry and hard. I can't eat it. If you can't eat, then go hungry." The man had no intention of giving her special treatment. He retracted his hand and began to eat by himself. Gun Yinji glared at him fiercely and quickly glanced at the car. It was a modified SUV that was bigger than a normal SUV. Two kidnappers were sitting in the front row. One was driving, and the other was sitting next to him with his head tilted on the car's seat. He was probably still sleeping. There was only one person in the last row. He was lying across the seat with his feet almost touching the window. He was also sleeping. She and the leader of the kidnappers were sitting in the middle row, one on the left and the other on the right. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't sitting next to her. It was good to keep a distance. She had no appetite at all and was in a bad mood. Coupled with the fact that she had been knocked unconscious twice, her head hurt badly, and her expression was ugly. The leader of the kidnappers, sitting on the right, finished the dalaba in his hand in a few bites. He took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Gun Yinji licked her lips. She was thirsty. She didn't have to eat, but she could not drink water. After a moment of silence, Gun Yinji asked, "What about the last one of you? Wasn't there 5 of us?" The leader of the kidnappers on the right sneered. "Do you still remember how many of us there were? You sure have guts." The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. "I can count with 5 fingers. Don't need guts? You underestimate me too much. I wouldn't dare." The man bowed slightly. "The young one was tricked by you and wanted a compromise, so I killed him." He said it casually, but Gun Yinji could hear the strong sarcasm in his words. She pursed her lips and didn't speak anymore. She crossed her arms and leaned against the seat to rest. She slept again. When she woke up again, it was hazy outside. The sky was dark, and the clouds above her head were so thick that she could reach out and touch them. It should be evening already. The car sped down the road and stopped in front of a small shop not long after. The leader of the kidnappers stretched. "Get out of the car and eat." Gun Yinji looked at him. She couldn't believe that this person was actually willing to let her go. She stood up eagerly and wanted to find a chance to escape, but the leader stretched out his long legs and blocked her way. "You sit down. Didn't you tell us to get out of the car and eat?" Gun Yinji tried to suppress the frustration in her heart. "Why can they go, but I can't? They will buy it. Just sit there obediently and don't use your little brain." The man's eyelids drooped, and he said dryly, "Don't get any funny ideas, or I'll break your beautiful neck." Gun Yinji was speechless. He was being so vigilant. He really thought highly of her. She sat down indignantly and said angrily, "I want milk and egg fried rice." The man said to the kidnapper, who was about to get out of the car, "Remember, buy a box of milk and a plate of egg fried rice." Gun Yinji didn't say anything. Her stomach was growling, and she didn't know when the kidnappers would buy food. She leaned her head against the dark brown car window and gently breathed on it. Then she accidentally used her finger to write the word SOS on the window. The leader of the kidnappers crossed his arms and took a nap next to her, as if he didn't care what she was doing. It was as if he was Buddha, and no matter how capable she was just a monkey and couldn't escape from his palm. They traveled and stopped along the way. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sky was even gloomier. The weather forecast said there might be a typhoon and heavy rain. The kidnappers had been on the road for a few days and were about to leave the country. However, there seemed to be more checkpoints on the road. They were worried that they would be discovered, so they decided not to continue on the road. They wanted to find a small, remote hotel to stay for the night. Gun Yinji had only been trying to solve her personal problems for the past few days. The leader of the kidnappers had taken her out of the car and to those small shops to borrow. Now that they were going to stay, he wouldn't let her get out of the car just like that. A wet tissue was pressed against her, and Gun Yinji quickly fainted. She thought angrily and fainted again. When she woke up, she was already in a small room. The room was very clean and tidy, but also very simple. There were really only 2 single beds and 2 bedside cabinets. Gunyinji turned over and sat up. She felt her back ache like a traveler who had trekked thousands of miles on foot. It had been too uncomfortable to stay in the car for the past few days. The leader of the kidnappers pushed the door open and came in with a tray in his hand. "This is milk and egg fried rice. Eat quickly and then go to sleep. There will be heavy rain tonight. It will stop early tomorrow morning, and we will continue on our journey." Gunyinji took the milk bottle, bit open the bottle, and drank it silently. After drinking the milk, when she went to get the egg fried rice, she inadvertently glanced out of the window. Suddenly, she saw a tall, thin figure get out of an RV the size of a bus. That figure couldn't be more familiar. Gunyinji's heart pounded wildly. That was Lu Jin, her biological father. He was here. He must be here to save her. Gunyinji's eyes instantly turned red. She quickly lowered her head, afraid that the seemingly unfathomable leader of the kidnappers would see through her. She knew her father too well. If he really found out about her, she didn't know what earth-shattering things he would do. She hoped that he could save her, but she couldn't act rashly. If her father died here because of her, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. After all, the leader of the kidnappers would really kill. Lu Jin got out of the car, and his gaze swept across the few cars in the small parking lot in front of him. The SUV in the middle was the most obvious. He had been chasing after it for a few days, and he had finally caught up to it. If Xiaoheng was right, Ninji should be in this car. Suppressing his excitement, he strode toward the inn. Gunyinji wiped her face with the back of her hand and sat in front of the window. She picked up the egg fried rice and started eating again. After eating a few mouthfuls of the hard and astringent egg fried rice, Gunyinji took another bottle of milk and turned around. She saw another person. It was Xiaoheng. He was getting out a Soviet-made SUV. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. He was wearing a casual hunting suit, and his pockets were bulging. Gunyinji thought without hesitation that it must be full of guns and ammunition. She didn't feel afraid, but was filled with joy. The more weapons and ammunition her own people had, the safer she would be. Her father was here, and so was Xiaoheng. Gunyinji finally believed that they hadn't given up on her. They had chased her all the way here. Gunyinji was so excited that her hands were shaking, and the egg fried rice on her plate was about to be shaken out. A hand quietly reached over and held the bottom of her plate of egg fried rice. "What are you shaking for? Did you see something good?" The leader of the kidnappers said casually, and his eyes inadvertently swept past the window. Fortunately, Xiaoheng had already returned to the car and wasn't seen by this person. Gunyinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged calmly. "I don't have any energy. You starved me for a few days, and you still expect me to be full of energy? You didn't eat yourself. You deserve to be hungry." The man didn't seem to doubt her anymore. He glared at her, snorted, and returned to his bed. He held his phone with both hands and began to play games. Gunyinji watched him play games for a few days. A real sharpshooter playing PUBG and torturing all the players, big and small, to the point where they all ran away when they saw him. It was amazing. Gunyinji sometimes couldn't help but want this person to play with her. He was really amazing. If he and Xiaoheng were to be compared, she didn't know who would be better in this game. Gunyinji's imagination ran wild, and even her appetite was much better. This time, she slowly finished the big plate of egg fried rice. The leader of the kidnappers took the tray out of the room and bumped into a tall, thin man at the door. Before he could flare up, the man quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm very nearsighted, so I couldn't find my glasses. I didn't see you." The corners of the kidnapper's mouth twitched. He was such a big living person, yet he couldn't see. He wasn't nearsighted, he was blind. Shaking his head, the kidnappers didn't say a word and went down by himself. Gunyinji's room was, of course, locked from the inside. Lu Jin paused at the door for a moment, but quickly went over again. He lived in a room next door. When he bumped into the kidnapper just now, Lou Jean had already stuck a small bug on the man's sleeve. As long as he didn't change his clothes, he could hear everything in the room. Of course, it didn't matter even if the man changed his clothes. After all, the bug was easy for him to make. The miniature battery the size of fingertip was as useless as a piece of scrap plastic when it was used up. Lou Jean went to his room and stood at the window to look at the car from the Soviet embassy. He hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to have followed him all the way here. However, Hua Xiaoheng seemed to have other things to do. There was still someone in his car, and he hadn't come out since. He had just come down for a cigarette, and now he was back in the car. Not long after, another big car drove over. Lou Jean could tell at a glance that it was also an RV with a bedroom, kitchen, and living room, but it was 1/3 smaller than his. The two big cars almost filled the small parking lot. There was nothing they could do about it because the weather had suddenly changed and the typhoon had actually landed here. None of them had expected it. This year's typhoon was not normal, so they could only take it as it came. Qin Bei didn't get out of the car. He just glanced at the parking lot outside. He first saw the car from the Soviet embassy, and he smiled slightly. Lorraine was really capable. She could even bribe the people from the Soviet embassy. With this car, their journey was much smoother. At least at those inspection points, Qin Bei could clearly see that the car drove straight past. After all, diplomacy was no small matter. Who would dare to stop the Soviet ambassador's private car for inspection? He knew that his daughter, Qin Yaoguang, was in this car. He turned his gaze again and saw the modified SUV that Gu Nianji was sitting in, and the smile on his face widened. This car was provided by him. Not only did it have surveillance equipment, but it also had an automatic explosive device. Even if this car was discovered, he would have a chance to detonate the entire car and let everyone inside go to God. The true perfect gene could only be in his hands. If he couldn't control it, no one else in this world deserved to have it. Finally, the RV that was even bigger than his RV caught his attention. How could such a big RV suddenly appear in such a remote and desolate place? This wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. This was today's Chapter 2 and 3 updates. Chapter 1908, Meeting of the Winds 1. Including rewards and updates. The 50,000 Chidian coins and updates that the president of the League of Momomoshi gave in April have arrived. Monthly votes. Quickly come to the Major General's Bowl. It's also 3 updates today. Moi moi, little angels. Chapter 1920. Qin Beiyoi stared at the big RV in confusion for a while, feeling a little uneasy. He waved his hand to summon his confidant and pointed to the big limousine. Go and see whose car it is. His subordinate glanced at the big RV and also felt that it was a little strange. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go and take a look. He got out of the car, took out a cigarette, and pretended to borrow a light. He went to Lou Jin's big RV and stuck his head out to take a look. There was no one in such a big RV. There seemed to be only one driver. Now that the driver had gotten out of the car, there was no one else in the RV. He looked around and walked into the small hotel. The lady boss of the small hotel was overjoyed today. There had never been many people staying in the hotel, but today, most of the rooms had been booked. The man walked over with a cigarette in his mouth and smiled at the lady boss. Lady boss, business is booming. Thanks to you. The lady boss smiled so widely that her eyes could not be seen. Are you also staying here? We still have some rooms here, but the second floor is full. There are only rooms on the first floor. Do you want them? I can give you a discount. I see. The man took out his wallet and shook it. I wanted to ask you, where's the person in the RV just now? Why are you looking for him? The lady boss asked curiously. She remembered the big RV because it was rare to see such a luxurious big RV in a small place like theirs. Well, he parked in the wrong place. Our boss's RV can't be parked, the man said with a smile. So I wanted to ask him to make an exception. The lady boss did not suspect anything. Besides, it was a small hotel in a small place. The people were simple and honest, so there were not that many privacy clauses. She said readily, he lives on the second floor. She was about to say Lu Jin's room number when she suddenly saw Lu Jin coming down from the second floor. She quickly pointed at him and said, "Oh, look, he's coming down. Can you tell him in person?" The man glanced at Lu Jin and saw that he was tall and thin. He looked ordinary and was wearing gray clothes. He looked like a driver and didn't look like a big boss at all. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He knew that there were all kinds of rich people in this world. What if this person just liked to keep a low profile and pretend to be cool? He leaned over and handed over a cigarette. He smiled and said, "Hello, boss. I'm a driver of that car." He pointed to the door. "I wanted to ask if you could move your car. My car can't fit in." Lu Jin saw the car from upstairs. He used his own equipment to detect it and found that the car could actually block electromagnetic signals. Needless to say, this was not a simple car. Lu Jin wasn't sure if Qin Bei was in the car. He didn't want to, nor did he dare to, alert the enemy. So he immediately went downstairs and said to the person who had come to inquire about the news, "Okay, no problem. I'm not the boss. This car was bought by our boss. I'll drive it back for him." "Drive it back?" The man suddenly realized. "It's someone else's car?" "Yes, our boss's family has a mine," Lu Jin said seriously. "Do you know that?" I know. Qin Bei's subordinates almost burst into laughter. "So he's a nouveau riche from the Northeast. No wonder he's willing to spend so much money to order such a large limousine." Looking at the direction, he must have bought the car from the imperial capital and was driving it all the way back. The nouveau riche in the Northeast had always given people the impression that they were stupid but rich, so the man dispelled his doubts and said a few more compliments before returning to his car. "Boss, this car was ordered by a nouveau riche in the Northeast who has a mine. The driver is the driver," the man said respectfully to Qin Bei. Qin Bei replied with an "Oh. Did you see the driver? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. That person is obviously a driver, and a driver from a small place. He has never seen the world before." The man chuckled. "Boss, you're too cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you know who our opponent is, you can't be too careful." Qin Bei snorted coldly and looked out the window at the sky. "It's almost dark. I heard there's a typhoon tonight, so it's just the right time to make a move." "Yes, boss." The person in the car became serious. "Let's plan again." Qin Bei turned on his computer as he spoke. A high-altitude aerial view of the place appeared on the computer. "It's the Soviet embassy's car. My daughter, Qin Yaowang, is in the car. We have to get her out when no one is paying attention. There's another person. She's probably not in the car now. She's staying in a hotel. You guys go and get her out. We'll meet here at 9 o'clock and head south together." Qin Bei closed the computer. "Got it. Boss, aren't we heading north? Didn't you say we were going to Siberia?" His subordinate asked curiously. "Why do we suddenly change our route?" "Yes, boss. The search in the south is so tight. Aren't we walking right into a trap if we go south?" Qin Bei narrowed his eyes. "I keep feeling that our journey north is too smooth. There's a problem." "Is that so?" His subordinates looked at each other and didn't say anything else. The few of them began to divide the work and went out to scout. When the typhoon came and the rain poured down, they would make their move. It was a dark and windy night, and the typhoon and heavy rain could wipe away all traces. However, just as they were waiting to make their move, they suddenly heard the sound of an alarm. Qin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he hid in the mezzanine of his RV without hesitation. The car's registration information wasn't his name anyway. The owner was someone else. Qin Bei wasn't afraid of the police checking the car, but he was afraid of the police checking the person. He had been hiding from He Chengjian for a long time. He almost thought that he couldn't hide anymore, so he got on Loller's trail and followed him from the Soviet Union to the United States. However, he still didn't trust this trail. He went all the way north, but he hadn't been found. He began to suspect again. He trusted the route from Southeast Asia to the United States that he had opened earlier. If possible, he hoped to get his hands on Qin Yaowang and Gu Ninji before he left the country and then get rid of Huashaoan. Qin Bei's subordinates immediately took their positions and pretended to get out of the car to check into a hotel. However, not long after these people got out of the car, several police cars surrounded the small parking lot. Some heavily armed police officers got out of the car and began to check the cars parked there one by one. They didn't dare to search the cars of the Soviet embassy, but they surrounded the 2 RVs in the parking lot and searched them one by one. "Everyone in the car, get out. Police search." Those people shouted loudly, and their auras were very fierce. Chin Bei hid in the mezzanine of the RV, and his back was sweating. He had just suspected that the other party was deliberately making him go north, but the other party had caught up. It seemed like he had been overthinking. At that moment, Chin Bei decided to go north and follow Loler. If it still didn't work, he would have to rely on the Soviet embassy's car. The police officers were very dedicated to searching Chin Bei's RV. They even used tools to knock on his car, as if they were looking for the mezzanine. Chin Bei wiped the cold sweat off his palms. The closest the other party was to him was only a hammer's length away. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of money on this car back then. The mezzanine was very well hidden. Just by knocking on it, there was no difference at all. However, the police still searched his car for a full 2 hours. It wasn't until it was raining cats and dogs outside that they reluctantly got out of the car. In the end, they warned the driver. Someone reported that there are illegal items in your car. Although they didn't find them, you must remember not to do anything illegal. "Understood, Mr. Police. We definitely didn't do anything illegal." Chin Bei's driver nodded and bowed. "Someone is falsely accusing us. Someone must be falsely accusing us." The police got out of the car and went to search the RV. They stayed there for more than an hour. By then, the typhoon had passed and the rain had stopped. The thick clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moonlight. Chin Bei's subordinate quietly asked him, "Boss, are we still going to rob people?" "Rob my ass. Cancel the operation." Chin Bei angrily slapped his head. "The moonlight is so bright outside. Are you going to rob people in front of others?" The man was slapped so hard he didn't dare make another sound. Tonight's operation had to be aborted. They nervously looked at the other RV and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the police get out of the RV without finding anything. The police officers got into their police cars in 2s and 3s. One of them sat alone in the police car and held a walkie-talkie to talk to He-Ji-Chu. "Chief, everything is normal." At that moment, He-Ji-Chu was sitting in a very low-key, ordinary black bulletproof car. His eyes were glued to the operation. The car was in this small parking lot. He had been waiting here before Hua Xiaoheng and the others arrived. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng and the others would stay here for the night, and he had also speculated that Chin Bei would definitely come here. All of this was a trap set up by him and Hua Xiaoheng to force Chin Bei from the south to the north step by step. Now that they were almost out of the country, in order to make Chin Bei feel at ease, he still had to pretend to chase them to the north. Otherwise, the cunning Chin Bei might sense that something was amiss and suddenly change his mind to head south. If that happened, their plan would be foiled. In fact, He-Ji-Chu had a very accurate grasp of Chin Bei's intentions. If he hadn't called the police for a surprise inspection, Chin Bei would have really turned around and run south. At this time, the cabinet and the military in the imperial capital were experiencing a major earthquake. General He Changjian of the military suddenly arrested several high-ranking generals in the military in a swift and decisive manner. One of the people with the highest position and military rank had already entered the Supreme Council of the military, but he had not yet entered the Standing Committee. Lieutenant General Lin, you are suspected of eavesdropping on the recordings of high-ranking generals' calls and tipping off the wanted criminal, Chin Bei. This is the arrest warrant from the Supreme Court of the military. Major General Zhao, you are suspected of accepting and selling bribes from foreign forces, leaking confidential meeting records, and violating the confidentiality law and national security law. The Supreme Military Court has issued an arrest warrant. In the cabinet, Prime Minister Xia Beichen personally approved the arrest warrant issued by the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court. The head of the medical department and the deputy head of the finance department were also suddenly arrested. They were all suspected of colluding with Chin Bei and providing the door for private hospitals to flourish. This action reached Chin Bei almost at the same time. He looked at the misty night outside the car window, and his hand holding his phone kept trembling. He asked in disbelief, "They've all been arrested?" Not a single one of our people were spared. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1909, Meeting of the Elites. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. Today is also the third update. The second and third updates are the big chapters at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the two updates are combined. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1921. The person who called Qin Bei was his nephew, Qin Haoshan. These people who were captured were all closely related to the Qin clan. As Qin Bei's most promising successor, Qin Haoshan had some understanding of the situation, especially when Qin Bei planned to go abroad to avoid the limelight. Before he left, he told Qin Haoshan everything about his family situation. However, not long after Qin Haoshan took over, he discovered that all of them had been arrested. This was too much of a coincidence. On the phone, Qin Haoshan's voice was not loud. Perhaps it was because of the poor signal, it was a little intermittent. "Uncle, I think it's quite normal if one or two of them were arrested. Now, all the people on the list you gave me have been arrested. That's not normal." Of course it was abnormal. Those who had a beneficial relationship with the Qin family were all over the cabinet, the military, and even the Senate. However, the members of the parliament had immunity, so the court was temporarily unable to arrest them. But these were all weaknesses. If these things were directly exposed through the media during the change of parliament, who would be elected? When he couldn't be selected, the court's arrest warrant would naturally come. Qin Bei was still pondering over the matters of the council when Qin Haoshan gave him another blow to the head. "As for those members of the parliament that you mentioned, I just found out that they have been restricted from leaving the country." Qin Bei's face grew darker and darker. At the end, he immediately said, "All right, since everything in the country has been handed over to you, do as you see fit. I'm hanging up. Don't call this number again in case it's traced." After that, he hung up the phone and activated the electromagnetic shield again. Qin Haoshan's call was not supposed to come through. However, when Qin Bei's men got out of the car to investigate, they received a message from Qin Haoshan, setting up a time to talk to Qin Bei. Only then did Qin Bei temporarily deactivate the electromagnetic shield and call Qin Haoshan. He looked at the two cars in the parking lot again and said with a gloomy expression, "We'll leave at dawn and go straight to the agreed place in Siberia." His RV was quite eye-catching, and if he kept following behind the Soviet embassy and the SUV, it might attract the attention of the police. He had brought this mezzanine with him in order to kidnap someone on the way. Now, he didn't dare to do it anymore. He was like a groundhog that sensed the arrival of winter, wishing that he could directly burrow into the ground. When Gunyinji woke up, she saw that it was already bright outside. She rubbed her eyes and saw that there was no one on the single bed beside her. Where did the head kidnapper go? Puzzled, she sat up and hugged her blanket as she muttered to herself. Just as he was pondering, the door to his room was kicked open. The leader of the kidnappers said coldly, "Finally awake? Leave when you wake up. It's already past breakfast time." Gunyinji got up in a huff. She sneered and said, "You want me to get on the bus with an empty stomach? It's not like I've never been hungry before." The leader of the kidnappers scoffed. "As long as you don't starve to death and we successfully hand you over to the boss, we're done. Whether you're hungry or not is none of our business." Gunyinji glared at him a few times before lifting the covers and getting out of bed. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. It had been inconvenient to do anything in the car for the past few days. She felt that her body was rancid, but she didn't dare to find a random hotel to take a shower. "So I would rather be dirty. I'll just brush my teeth and wash my face." Coming out of the bathroom, the leader of the kidnappers threw her a bag of iced milk and a bottle of 8 treasure porridge that was commonly seen in a small county town. He said expressionlessly, "It's a remote village. There's nothing else. Make do with it." Gunyinji, She took the milk and ate treasure porridge and held them in her hands as she walked out of the room with the leader of the kidnappers. The leader of the kidnappers naturally held her arm as if he was supporting her. In fact, he was restraining her because he was worried that she would run away. Gun Yinji went downstairs and saw that there was no one there. The lady boss from yesterday had not even woken up yet. She was a little discouraged. She had wanted to call for help, but now it seemed that if she called for help, it would only alert the enemy. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin hadn't done anything last night, so Gun Yinji understood that they must have had other plans. She looked at the leader of the kidnappers beside her from the corner of her eyes. To be honest, she felt that this person gave her a familiar feeling. She got into the car, silently and obediently sat in the middle seat. She lowered her head and sipped the milk. The leader of the kidnappers saw that she didn't cry or make a fuss, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this girl was really open-minded. She was so cooperative that others might think that they were accomplices. The car quickly started and was the first to leave the parking lot of the small shop. It continued north. Lu Jin sat in his RV, wearing a Bluetooth headset to receive information. He had bumped into the leader of the kidnappers yesterday and had already put a small listening device on his clothes. He had heard everything that had happened in the next room last night. He had barely slept all night and only quietly guarded Gun Yinji. As long as there was any movement in the next room, he would rush in without a care. Fortunately, everything in the next room was quiet and normal. He could even hear Gun Yinji discussing the game with the leader of the kidnappers. This discovery made him both angry and amused. He swore that after this matter was settled, he would practice the game of chicken dinner and show off in front of his daughter. A daughter had to be raised well. She couldn't be coaxed away by those brats' little tricks. For example, he knew how to play games. He silently watched Gun Yinji get into the car and then watch her car leave. Only then did he start the RV and continue driving forward. Not long after, Hua Xiaoheng and the others also walked out of the small hotel. They got into the car of the Soviet embassy and drove in the direction of the car in front of them. In the car, he habitually looked at his watch. The watch was actually a small computer with many functions. One of its functions was to watch videos. What Gun Yinji didn't know was that along the way, Hua Xiaoheng and He Zichu had been able to check on her condition through special channels to ensure that she was fine. On the rectangular screen of the watch, Gun Yinji was eating 8 treasures porridge. From time to time, she would glare angrily to the side. Like an impatient little kitten, she would raise her meaty little claws and send out a "I'm super fierce" signal. Hua Xiaoheng didn't realize that the corners of his mouth had already curled up. He rubbed his fingers against Gun Yinji's face on the screen of the watch. He reluctantly turned off the screen and put on the Bluetooth headset. This way, he could use a Bluetooth headset to monitor the situation instead of staring at the phone screen. Not long after, he received a call from He Zichu. The target has just left the parking lot. It turned out that Qin Beiyoi was a cunning old fox. He waited for all the cars in the parking lot to leave before he was the last to leave. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind and sent He Zichu a message. "See you at the Tunguska Hotel in Siberia." After leaving the country's border, their journey sped up. Because they didn't have to avoid the police convoy that appeared from time to time, they didn't have to take detours to affect their speed. It only took them 2 days and 1 night to arrive at the Tunguska region of Siberia. Along the way, everyone had different moods, and very few people enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Gun Yinji was an exception. She looked at the land and thought of the tense and exciting days she had spent with Hua Xiaoheng and the KGB in the other world. The scenery was the same, but the people had changed. The sky gradually darkened, and the forest in the distance was like the famous oil painting Birch Forest by the most romantic painter of the Soviet Union, Ku Inji. She leaned against the car window and looked out at the primeval forest that was getting closer and closer. She sighed softly. Unexpectedly, the leader of the kidnappers didn't mock her. He only watched his surroundings warily. Just before getting out of the car, the leader of the kidnappers suddenly moved to the last row. He reached out and covered the man's face with a wet tissue. The kidnapper had been sleeping there the whole time. When the wet tissue covered his face, he tilted his head almost without a sound. The leader of the kidnappers retreated. As soon as the car stopped, the leader of the kidnappers suddenly leaned out from the front row. He stretched out his arms and grabbed the necks of the two kidnappers in front of him. He gradually tightened his grip. The two kidnappers in the front row weren't on guard against their own people attacking them. Reflexively, they could only desperately pull on the man's arm. However, the man's arm was like cast iron and couldn't be pulled at all. Seeing that his arm was getting tighter and tighter, the two people in the front row kicked their legs twice. The driver waved his arm and accidentally hit the horn on the steering wheel. The car let out a few rapid whistles and then went silent. Gu Nianji watched the sudden change, and her entire body stiffened. What was this person doing? Was he going to kill her too? She nervously rubbed against the car window and was almost pressed against the window glass. However, after the leader of the kidnappers killed the other 3 kidnappers in the car, he calmly pressed the horn a few times, 3 long and 2 short, as if he was sending a signal. Gu Nianji was still in shock when she saw the car door suddenly open and Hua Xiaoheng's figure appeared in front of the car door. Gu Nianji thought she was seeing things and was rubbing her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng had already rushed into the car and came to her side. He bent down to pick her up and lowered his head to kiss her passionately on the lips. The leader of the kidnappers looked at them with a smile and patted Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. He said in Russian, "Mr. Hua, your fiancé is in good condition. Don't worry about me." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help himself just now. No amount of self-control would allow him to control himself. Hearing the words of the leader of the kidnappers, his self-control and forbearance returned. Gu Nianji gripped Hua Xiaoheng's shirt tightly and said in a trembling voice, "You asked them to kidnap me." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said in a low voice, "How could that be? It was my fault. I didn't expect Qin Beiyoi to be so crazy. Young master, he contacted Peter in time. It's a long story. Let's talk about it when we get back." Gu Nianji nodded. Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at the leader of the kidnappers, who always had his eyelids drooping. He reached out his hand. "Thank you." The leader of the kidnappers smiled and shook his hand. Gu Nianji looked at the two of them in surprise. "He's the real Peter?" The leader of the kidnappers looked at her in surprise. "You know me?" Gu Nianji smiled and blinked. She said in riddles, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known he was fake." The leader of the kidnappers was the real ace of the Far East, Peter of the KGB. He never appeared in front of anyone, and only 2 people knew his true identity. He didn't expect there to be 2 more now. Peter cursed the people from the Secret Service for being unreliable in his heart, but he still had to maintain a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "You 2 are too smart, but I hope you can keep this a secret. Even young master, in general, he don't know that I'm the real Peter." Hua Xiaoheng thought to himself that Ji Chu and Cheng Jian might have known, but they just didn't want to expose him. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and nodded. "Of course we won't tell." He held Gu Nianji's hand and said to Peter, "I'll take her to the room on the 2nd floor of the hotel. I'll have to trouble you to take her out tomorrow." "No problem," Peter whistled and said with a half-smile. "Then you don't have to monitor me anymore, right?" Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. "I'm not monitoring you." He was telling the truth. He was only monitoring Gu Nianji. Moreover, Ji Chu had shared the surveillance equipment with him, so it had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng brought her to the room on the 2nd floor of the Tunguska Hotel. She thought he was going to stay and be affectionate with her for a while. Unexpectedly, the moment the door was pushed open, the 2 people who were already waiting in the room stood up. A tall, thin figure quickly ran over. "Nianji." Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin in the room. Lu Jin ran over quickly, his face overjoyed, as if a lost treasure had returned to his palm. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and plunged into Lu Jin's arms. "Dad, why did you arrive earlier than us?" She had secretly paid attention to the big RV on the way. However, they had parted ways at a fork in the road before leaving the country. They took the small road out of the country, and the big RV continued to speed down the main road. Lu Jin rubbed her head. "Boss Lu arrived earlier than me. If I had known, I would have flown over with him. Although he said that, he was still worried. Therefore, it was better to follow him all the way. Hua Xiaoheng smiled at the door as he watched the surprise of the father-daughter reunion. Yijichu's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Major General Hua, the target's car has arrived. Only then did Qin Beiyoi arrive. Hua Xiaoheng quickly responded and said to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, Qin Beiyoi is here. You guys have to hide well. At least wait until we set off again tomorrow before you guys can show up. Okay, no problem. Lu Yuan walked over and grabbed Lu Jin's arm. He said to Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng, we'll leave first. It's in the next room. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. The agreed time is 9 o'clock in the morning. But General, he still has something to do, so we have to arrive at 7 o'clock. Arrive at 7 o'clock? Where? 9 o'clock? What are you doing? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng curiously, then at Lu Yuan. She couldn't tell anything from their faces. She looked at Lu Jin again. He had the same dumbfounded expression as her. All right, Gu Nianji shook her head. I'm too tired. I need to take a shower. I've been smelly for the past few days. No, it's already smelly. She then thought about how Hua Xiaoheng had hugged and kissed her, but the smell on her body. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned red. She pushed Lu Jin and said repeatedly, hurry up and go. I'm going to take a shower. Hua Xiaoheng turned to the side to let Lu Jin and Lu Yuan out, but he flashed in and said, I'll help you check if there are any surveillance cameras or listening devices here. This was the second and third chapter of today's chapter. Chapter 1910, Meeting of the Storm 3, including rewards and chapters. McMug Loves Blue has been promoted to the leader of the July Alliance. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's also the third chapter today. Mwah all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1922. Lu Jin's ears twitched, and he quickly said, do you want to check if there are any surveillance devices in the bathroom? I've already checked. There are no surveillance devices here. Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and giggled. She poked her head out from behind Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, that's great. Dad, but I'm timid. I feel safer with someone waiting outside. Otherwise, what if someone breaks in after you guys leave? Lu Jin also struggled to go back into the house. It's okay. I'll stay here with you. Nianji, Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his arm and strode out as he said, what can you do if you stay here? If someone really breaks in, will you shoot or fight? Don't tell me you still need Nianji's help. Lu Jin looked back at the door that had just closed reluctantly and muttered, do I need to fight and shoot when I'm fighting someone? I can directly use a high-frequency sonic weapon to make the other party go insane. Or I can use a pepper spray that's comparable to a chemical weapon. One tube can paralyze a squad of soldiers. Lu Yuan. Closing the door, Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Gu Nianji and hugged her tightly in his arms again. Although Gu Nianji hadn't really recovered this time, the moment he found out that Xie Qingying's company had suddenly been invaded by kidnappers, his heart stopped for a few seconds. This experience made him realize once again that this was not his home, nor was it his territory. Fortunately, He Jichu was strong, and fortunately, they had already reached a cooperation agreement. Gu Nianji pushed him away embarrassedly and said, I really need to take a shower. You don't feel bad, but I do. Hua Xiaoheng held her arm with both hands and said tenderly, You're fine. Luckily, you're fine. Yes, I'm fine. I knew you would come to save me. Gu Nianji hugged his neck and tiptoed to kiss him on the lips. Now I really need to take a shower. Hua Xiaoheng followed her reluctantly, but was pushed out by Gu Nianji at the bathroom door. He was in a good mood and didn't mind. He turned on the television in the living room alone. When he turned to the news channel, he saw a piece of current news. Although it was Russian, he could understand it. The news was about General He Changjian of the Huaxia Empire. At the invitation of Pushin, the head of the Soviet Union, he would pay a 5-day state visit to the Soviet Union. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. It seemed that He Changjian was also in place. Because today, He Changjian had arrived in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. He watched TV for a while, and waited for Gun Yinji to come out of the shower before his phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was He Jichu's call. He gestured to Gun Yinji, then swiped open his phone to answer the call. He Jichu's voice was distant, as if he was calling Hua Xiaoheng from a very empty place. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Young Master He, what happened? It's fine. Have you settled things with Lorraine? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, it's not completely set. I need Lorraine there tomorrow. Young Master He, I'll leave the task of clearing the area to you. He Jichu nodded. I'll do my best, but Lorraine's identity isn't ordinary, so you need to have a foolproof plan. Hua Xiaoheng decided to personally see where they were going tomorrow. He said, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji apologetically. I still have things to do, so I can't accompany you. It's okay, go do your thing. Gun Yinji wiped her hair with a towel and said with a smile, it's young Master He? He's here too? Why didn't he come to see me? He still has a mission, Hua Xiaoheng said without changing his expression. Qin Beiyoi is here too. Don't go out night. Peter will stay in the living room for the night. Gun Yinji's eyebrows had just risen when Hua Xiaoheng added, your father and President Liu will both come to accompany you. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She couldn't stand to be alone with Peter again. Hua Xiaoheng called Lu Yuan and waited for them to knock on the door before he got up and left. Lu Jin walked in with a smile and patted Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. That's more like it. Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan closed the door and said, sit down first, or it won't be good if someone sees you. There was only one night left. As long as she made it through this night, she would be able to succeed tomorrow. Gun Yinji smiled and joked with Lu Jin and Lu Yuan before yawning and going to bed in the bedroom. Not long after, Peter arrived as well. He pretended not to see Lu Yuan and Lu Jin in the room. He came in and found the sofa to lie down. He rested his head on his arm and began to close his eyes to rest. Lu Yuan gave Lu Jin a look to tell him not to say anything else. Lu Jin couldn't help it. He took out his phone and said loudly, I'll play a game. Do you know how to play PUBG? Lu Yuan. Peter's eyelids fluttered and he continued to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the hotel and called Lorraine first. Lorraine arrived this morning, more than 10 hours earlier than Hua Xiaoheng and the others. Hua Xiaoheng and the others had finally arrived, and Lorraine was also very excited. He picked up the phone and asked with a smile, Mr. Peter, have you brought the person? Of course I have. Hua Xiaoheng lit a cigarette to wake himself up and said lightly, shouldn't we talk about how to deal with her? Haha, didn't we agree? From Siberia north through the Bering Strait to the United States. Of course, she has to come with me. No way. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. We agreed that Qin Bei would go to the United States with you. Qin Yaoguang, we still have to discuss it. Discuss what? Lorraine's face darkened. You know my goal is only Qin Yaoguang. Yes, we have the same goal. Hua Xiaoheng blew out a smoke ring. Our KGB also needs her for experiments. Besides, the people who contributed to getting her out are all our people. Do you think it's that easy for you to get a share of the pie? When Lorraine heard this, not only did all her doubts disappear, but she also trusted Hua Xiaoheng even more. In his opinion, the only way to do business was to keep asking for too much. If he didn't offer a price, how could he negotiate? If the other party really didn't want anything and gave Qin Yaoguang away, he would instead suspect that the whole thing was a trap. Fortunately, the other party did not do so. Instead, he kept haggling with him, wishing that he could get rid of him and act alone. This method was exactly what Lorraine wanted. He was firmly tied to Hua Xiaoheng's war chariot. Lorraine smiled and said, so what do you want to do? Name your price. Qin Yaoguang's genes are priceless. I'm afraid it's useless for you to talk about money with us. Then what do you want to do? I must obtain her perfect genes. Lorraine's smile faded. No matter what the conditions are. Otherwise, I'll call he Changjian right away. Laurel threatened Hua Xiaoheng by pretending to be injured on both sides. Hua Xiaoheng refused to let go, but it was just a way of inviting her into the trap. He pretended to be in a difficult position. After a moment of silence, he said, since both of us need Qin Yaoguang's perfect genes, Why don't we sign a cooperation agreement and set up a new type of underground laboratory here to specifically study Qin Yaowang and Wen Shui's perfect genes? Lorraine also thought for a moment and said, I agree to cooperate, but the laboratory has to be set up in the United States in my territory. Wen Shui is already in my hands, and Qin Yaowang is her biological mother. If the two of them study together, I'm afraid we'll progress faster. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care where the laboratory was at all, but he definitely had to object. He couldn't let Lorraine feel that it was too easy. No one would value something that was too easy to obtain. The two of them talked for nearly 2 hours. It was already midnight when Lorraine said tiredly, I can't give in anymore. The laboratory can be built in Alaska, close to the Bering Strait. Is that okay? This place was also the closest place to the Soviet Union. Hua Xiaoheng finally said reluctantly, then sign a 1-year contract first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about the conditions. Peter, don't go too far. Lorraine was furious. She slammed the table and said, I'll pay for the laboratory and the lab staff. You just have to wait to share the results. What else are you dissatisfied with? Our people have to monitor the laboratory. Otherwise, how will we know if you've done anything? Hua Xiaoheng fought for the last condition. With the KGB monitoring, the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. Lorraine hesitated for a long time before nodding and saying, Okay, then sign for a year first. We'll see the results after a year. Anyway, by then, the person would already be in his hands, so Lorraine wasn't afraid that the KGB would go back on their word. They had each other's weaknesses in their hands, and they had common interests. This kind of cooperation was the only way to last. Qinbei arrived at the parking lot of the Tunguska Hotel. He didn't get out of the RV. Instead, he deactivated the RV's electromagnetic shield and called Lorraine. However, Lorraine's number kept showing that he was busy, so he couldn't get through. Qinbei had one of his subordinates go down to the hotel and get a room, while he stayed in the RV with his bodyguards and trusted subordinates. He had his subordinates keep calling Lorraine, but Lorraine's phone finally got through in the middle of the night. Qinbei coughed twice and said unhappily, Mr. Lorraine, you're really busy. Lorraine smiled. Mr. Qin, I'm so busy, but I still specially came to take you to America. You have to understand my sincerity. Qinbei felt a little better and said, Of course I understand Mr. Lorraine's sincerity. But what exactly do you plan to do? What about my daughter? When can she leave the KGB of the Soviet Union? I've already made an appointment with the Soviets. Lorraine said happily, At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Tunguska sinkhole to make the deal. Be there or be square. This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 1911, Meeting of the Stars, for a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's also the third chapter today. The second and third chapters are the big chapters at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the 2 chapters are combined. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1923. Qinbei nodded slightly. 7 o'clock? Okay, I'll see you there. After putting down the phone, Qinbei waved for his men to come over. Go to the Tunguska sinkhole and take a look. Go make arrangements now and find out if there's anyone else there. Qinbei was a person who was cautious to the bone. Qinbei's men brought 2 men and sneaked to the area where the Tunguska sinkhole was located overnight. It was already the end of September and the beginning of October. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, it was still autumn, but in the Tunguska region of Siberia, the temperature had already dropped. Especially at night, it was almost 0 degrees. They wore jackets that didn't keep them warm and looked ahead sneakily. It was already late at night, and the sky was covered with thick clouds. There were no stars or moon, but it wasn't particularly dark either. The color of the sky was a little dark yellow. As far as the eye could see, they could see the shadows of the mountains in the distance. There were trees everywhere, and they couldn't see the end of it. The Tunguska sinkhole was actually a butterfly-shaped area that spanned 50 kilometers at its widest point, and the deepest part was connected to an underground river. But at the very center, there was a ring-shaped depression. How could they possibly explore such a big place with just a few of them. Therefore, they only found the coordinates that Qin Bei had told them and carefully checked within a radius of about 10 meters. After confirming that there was no one else around, they returned home. "Boss, we've already looked over there. It's very barren and very cold. There can't be anyone else there. They must have frozen to death after staying there all night." His men rubbed their hands and breathed into their mouths. They were so cold that they were shivering, and even their eyebrows were covered in frost. However, the frost quickly melted in the warm RV. Although Qin Bei's heart was still pounding, he felt that it was because he was about to achieve his goal, so he was naturally nervous. Gun Yinji slept very soundly. She was woken up by Lu Jin at 5 o'clock the next morning, but she still couldn't bear to open her eyes. However, Lu Jin said, "Boss Lu made breakfast." Gun Yinji was instantly awake. She immediately sat up, her voice still hoarse from when she had just woken up. "Really? What for breakfast?" Lu Jin knew her best. This was the best tool to get out of bed. Lu Jin chuckled and said, "Boss Lu made beef buns. There's only beef and flour. Otherwise, he could make pork buns." Gun Yinji suddenly felt extremely hungry. She ate her fill in the dining room, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and change her clothes. Lu Jin had brought her several sets of clothes and placed them on the bed in the bedroom for her to choose from. Gun Yinji was very surprised, but when she thought about Lu Jin's ostentatious RV, she felt relieved. She picked out a grayish-green hunting jacket, calf-length boots, and gray hunting pants of the same style. Inside, she wore a close-fitting primrose cashmere turtleneck pullover. She was dressed valiantly and pushed open the door. Lu Jin saw this and said with a smile, "This set is good. This set has a bulletproof layer inside. It can protect against heavy snipers and even missiles." Gun Yinji was speechless. "Dad, can you not say that? It sounds quite scary." Lu Jin didn't think it was a curse. He said disapprovingly, "It's better to nip it in the bud. Who knows what they're up to?" "Dad, are you going to wear this too?" Gun Yinji looked at Lu Jin and then at Lu Yuan. She saw that their clothes were no different from usual. Lu Jin took out 2 sets of khaki gray windbreakers and said, "Of course, this is it." He threw one to Lu Yuan and put on the other himself. Lu Yuan looked at him and wanted to say something, but he still put it on silently and didn't say anything else. He knew Lu Jin too well. If he said another word, he didn't know what else would come out of it. Peter, who was sitting on the windowsill, looked at them with interest. He reached out and said, "Anything else? Give me one." "No." Lu Jin refused without hesitation. "Isn't the KGB invulnerable? Why are you afraid of bullets?" He was still angry at Peter. Peter rubbed his nose in amusement. What happened to the KGB? The KGB was also human. Of course they were afraid of bullets. Lu Yuan looked at his watch with a smile. "It's already 6:30. Shouldn't we leave?" Gun Yinji looked out of the window. The clouds were still thick, and the sky was extremely yellow. She couldn't help saying, "It looks like it's going to snow." In Siberia, the temperature began to drop in October, and it often snowed. It was already the end of September, so it wasn't impossible for it to snow. "It's good that it's snowing." Lu Jin sighed. "The white ground is so clean." Gun Yinji, she rubbed her forehead. "Dad, where did you park your big RV? Won't anyone see it?" Qin Beiyoi was so cautious. A few days ago, when he was at the small hotel by the roadside in Huaxia, he had sent people to investigate Lu Jin's big RV. Gun Yinji saw it through the window. Lu Jin smiled and said, "It's fine. Major General Hua found me a secluded place to park. No one will see it." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng had asked him to park at the place where the hotel staff parked their cars. There was a tall wall there, and the hotel's customers were not allowed to enter. Qin Beiyoi would never have thought of looking at all the cars in the hotel's underground parking lot, nor would he have thought that Lu Jin's car was going the same way as him. Lu Jin wasn't taking the same path as him, but they were going to the same place. Gun Yinji let go of her worries and didn't ask any more questions. She pulled up the hood of her hunting jacket and followed Peter out the door. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, on the other hand, waited for a while before going out. While Peter was driving, he answered a phone call. He said calmly, "Boss, No problem. Everything is normal. We're going to the place you specified. The boss on the other end of the phone was Chin Baoi. He used a voice changer to make a phone call, so it sounded completely different from his own voice. However, the occasional coughing gave away some clues. Peter didn't care. He stroked the steering wheel and drove through the Siberian wilderness at 6 in the morning. At first, there were no other cars on the road, but when they were about to reach their destination, Gun Yinji saw two other cars. One was the Soviet embassy car that Hui Xiaoheng was in, and the other was a very high-end custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. She glanced at it casually, then retracted her gaze and looked ahead. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She was familiar with this place. Wasn't this the Tunguska sinkhole in Siberia? The sun was about to rise. The beautiful morning glow fell on the hills in the distance, like an oil painting with thick ink and heavy colors. The mountains in the distance were undulating, and there were towering trees everywhere with thick leaves. The morning light shone from the east and shone on the peaks of the mountains. Nearby, however, was a round plain. Trees from high to low surrounded the area. Their car had already arrived at the entrance to the circular plain. Peter parked the car in a hidden place in the woods and contacted Chin Baoi by phone. Chin Baoi had changed to a different car. It wasn't the big RV, but a very hard and sturdy custom-made Cadillac bulletproof sedan. He answered Peter's call and nodded with satisfaction. Stay there. Don't come out. When I'm done with them, you can hand the person over to me. He reminded Peter over the phone to disguise Gun Yinji so that she couldn't speak. In short, he couldn't let Lorraine see who this person was. Peter agreed readily and took out a metal suitcase under the car seat. He opened it and saw that it was full of disguises. This was standard equipment for KGB missions. Gun Yinji sat motionless in the seat and let Peter apply some paint on her face. He also put on a fake nose and fake lips to cover up the two most obvious facial features on her face. Her big eyes couldn't be covered, so he put on two grayish-green contact lenses and a flaxen wig. She looked like a real Caucasian girl. It matched her valiant hunting attire quite well. Not far away, Chin Baoi's custom-made Cadillac bulletproof sedan drove past on a small road and entered the Tunguska sinkhole area. Gun Yinji remembered very clearly that in the same place in the other world, Song Jining and the other scientists had conducted scientific experiments and observed high-energy magnetic fields. This is today's second chapter, Chapter 1912, Meeting of the Stars 5. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Sorry, everyone. I was delayed by something this morning, so I didn't have time to write the chapter. I have to go to work. I owe everyone one chapter today, so I'll make up for it tomorrow. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1924. Glancing at Chin Bei's Cadillac, Gun Yinji pouted. This old man was too rich. Not only was he in a large RV, but he also had a Cadillac. The car drove to the open space in front and slowly stopped. Seeing him arrive, the people in the other two cars also got out. One was Lorraine, and the other was the Soviet Embassy's Deputy General Counsel, Peter Horshauen. Lorraine was the first to walk out and wave at Chin Bei's car with a smile. Old Mr. Chin, you're finally here. Chin Bei looked at Lorraine, then at the Soviet Embassy's diplomat, Peter. He snorted and motioned for his subordinates to open the door for him. Leaning on his cane, he stepped onto the grass beside the Tunguska sinkhole. The early morning wind blew over from the sinkhole, bringing with it a chilly air. Chin Bei shivered and pulled his mink coat closer. He shook Lorraine's outstretched hand and smiled. Mr. Lorraine, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm old, so it's not convenient for me to come and go. Please forgive me. Haha, it's fine. We just arrived. Lorraine smiled and waved as he glanced at his side. Chin Bei was very cautious. He actually brought 4 bodyguards with him, and there were 2 strong men in the car. It was obvious they were mercenaries. Lorraine's pupils constricted imperceptibly, but a smile quickly crept up the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His sunken eyes were almost invisible. Chin Bei nodded and asked directly, "Where is she?" Lorraine waved at Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing beside the Soviet Embassy's car. "Where is she?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around and opened the car door expressionlessly, revealing Qin Yaowang inside. She was lying on a makeshift stretcher in the car, with an 4 hanging next to it. In the spacious SUV, the back row had been laid down, and only Qin Yaowang's makeshift stretcher was there. There was no one else. Hua Xiaoheng had actually come alone. Lorraine narrowed his eyes and curled the corners of his lips slightly. Qin Bei was shocked. He quickly walked to the side of the car and asked in surprise, "What happened to her? What happened to my daughter? What's wrong with her? Don't you know?" Hua Xiaoheng pushed Qin Bei away rudely and slammed the car door shut. "How much effort did we put into obtaining her perfect genes? Shouldn't you be paying us?" Qin Bei laughed dryly. "You guys are so capable. How could I possibly ask for your help? Good that you know." Hua Xiaoheng straightened his collar and said coldly, "Now that you've seen it and gotten the person out, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and hand over those things?" The KGB of the Soviet Union had once asked him for the things in Qin Yaowang's secret laboratory. Qin Bei had used Qin Yaowang's perfect genes to keep Hua Xiaoheng hanging, claiming that he had to rescue Qin Yaowang before he could give him the samples in the secret laboratory. Now that Qin Yaowang had been rescued, Qin Bei pretended to be unwilling. He took out a small box and opened it. Inside were rows of small test tubes, each containing a tube of blood. The test tubes were numbered from A to G. There were a total of 7 tubes. He placed the small box in Hua Xiaoheng's hand and said meaningfully, "These are the samples you're looking for. When my daughter was experimenting with the perfect genes, these 7 samples had the DNA closest to the perfect genes. Unfortunately, most of these children didn't survive. So far, only 2 of them have survived." Laurel asked curiously, "Who is it? Wen Shui? What about the other one?" "Yes, one is Wen Shui, and the other is Gun Yinji." Qin Bei smiled meaningfully. Hua Xiaoheng quietly stuffed the small box into his trouser pocket and said casually, "Unfortunately, these are all failed samples. The most successful sample is still with Qin Yaowang herself." Laurel nodded in agreement. Wen Shui's genes can only be said to be passable. In fact, they can't be considered the genes closest to the perfect genes. As for Gun Yinji, our foundation has been paying attention to her since she was born, but unfortunately, her genes didn't show any signs of perfection. Later, Qin Yaowang said that her genes had changed a lot after she became an adult, and that it was worth studying. "I don't know what happened." Laurel shrugged and turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "You're interested in Gun Yinji? Aren't you very close to her?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. "I was originally interested, the experimental target, but I sent her DNA back to the country and had our experts study it. Just as you said, it's too far from the perfect genes, so much so that our scientists even question my ability to act and judge." Qin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered. Could it be that Gun Yinji's genes really weren't that good? But he clearly remembered Qin Yaowang telling him that Gun Yinji's genes seemed to have evolved after she went to the other world. Laurel looked at Qin Bei again and asked tentatively, "What do you think, old Mr. Qin? I remember that you also captured Gun Yinji, didn't you? Why don't you send her to the United States for research?" Qin Bei smiled but didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. "Don't keep me in suspense. I actually think that the problem with Gun Yinji's genes was a smokescreen released by Qin Yaowang to cover up the fact that she herself had the perfect genes." Laurel paused and thought about Hua Xiaoheng's words. He felt that they made sense. After all, the video from the secret laboratory had left too deep of an impression on him, and it was too real. Their experts had examined the video countless times and finally came to the conclusion that the video was real and not fake. Qin Yaowang herself didn't deny the video. She only denied that she didn't have the perfect genes. But from Laurel's point of view, who would actually admit that they had the perfect genes? Only someone like Wen Shui, who had a hole in her brain, would treat this as a great thing and try to flatter herself. Qin Bei's eyes flashed again. He didn't agree with Hua Xiaoheng's words, but he didn't want to deny them either. After all, he was counting on Laurel to get Qin Yaowang out with him. If Laurel knew that Qin Yaoguang's genes weren't actually the so-called perfect genes, would he still put in so much effort? Besides, there was still that treacherous Soviet diplomat, Peter Hua Xiaoheng. He might even kill Qin Yaoguang right away. After thinking about it, Qin Bei could only laugh dryly. Actually, I don't understand genes. Only my daughter does. I've already given everything in her laboratory to Mr. Peter. I don't have any more. Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe a single word he said. However, he still had to pretend to be dubious. He smiled and said, "Really? Then let's talk about today's arrangements." He pointed at the car behind him and said, "Qin Yaoguang will be sent to the United States for experiments, but the Soviet Union wants to share the results of the experiments." Qin Bei and Laurel nodded together and agreed readily. Actually, they had no choice but to agree. They had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the eaves. Didn't they know whose territory this was? Whose home field? Hua Xiaoheng then said, "However, I'm still a little worried about sending her to the United States, so I want to invite old Mr. Qin to stay in the Soviet Union. How about that?" When he said this, he was talking to Laurel. He didn't take Qin Bei seriously at all. Qin Bei was furious, but he had to suppress his anger on the surface. He chuckled and said, "How can that be? I don't know Russian, and I'm already so old. What's the point of living in the Soviet Union? I'd better go to the United States with Mr. Laurel." He looked at Laurel and said slowly, "Mr. Laurel, didn't you promise me?" Laurel was very unhappy with Hua Xiaoheng's sudden idea. He frowned and said, "That's not part of our agreement. But I've thought about it again and again, and I feel that the Soviet Union is at too much of a disadvantage." Hua Xiaoheng acted like he was in a very difficult position, but he was actually trying to raise the price. This made Laurel and Qin Bei curse him to death in their hearts. The few of them negotiated on the grass beside the Tunguska sinkhole, and the more they talked, the more disagreeable they became. Laurel and Qin Bei's faces darkened. "Mr. Peter, are you really going to pester us endlessly?" Laurel said coldly. At the same time, he secretly made a gesture, and the bodyguards he brought with him also got out of the car. Seeing this, Qin Bei also called his bodyguards over. Hua Xiaoheng immediately turned around to open the car door. Qin Bei and Laurel looked at each other and remembered the situation in the car. In other words, Hua Xiaoheng didn't bring any help. They shouted in unison, "Do it!" A total of 7 or 8 strong bodyguards immediately surrounded the two of them. They all took out their silenced pistols, but it was too inconvenient to shoot because they were too close. 4 or 5 people held their guns and gestured for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng was even more slippery than a fish. He dodged between them, making it impossible for them to aim at him. One of them boldly fired a shot, and with a bang, he almost hit his own people. "Together! Kill him!" Laurel waved his hand, holding his silenced pistol, and took a step to the side. A bodyguard had already grabbed the back of Hua Xiaoheng's neck and punched him. Hua Xiaoheng heard the wind behind him and tilted his head slightly to avoid the man's fist. Boom! The man's fist smashed directly into the car door, causing it to cave in. Hua Xiaoheng glared at Laurel and Qin Bei. "What do you mean? Don't you know whose territory this is?" "Haha. So what if it's your territory? You're amazing. You dare to bring my daughter here by yourself. How amazing!" Qin Bei gave him thumbs up. Laurel understood. If he killed Hua Xiaoheng, Qin Yaoguang would be his. Why would he share her with the Soviet Union? The temptation of perfect genes was too great. What was a Soviet diplomat to him? Moreover, who knew if he was trading with them on behalf of the Soviet Union, or if he wanted to make a fortune in private? Laurel had seen many people like this, so he didn't take them seriously at all. Cooperating with Hua Xiaoheng was just to borrow the power of the Soviet diplomat to successfully transport Qin Yaoguang out of the Huaxia Empire. He had originally wanted to make a move on Hua Xiaoheng in Alaska after leaving the Soviet Union. Now, it was just a little earlier. Moreover, who knew how many lives the Tunguska sinkhole had devoured? He smiled sinisterly and took a step to the side. The 7 or 8 bodyguards understood and wrestled with Hua Xiaoheng. They pushed him and finally squeezed him to the edge of the sinkhole. Gun Yinji, who was sitting in a car in the woods, and watching the situation with binoculars, immediately panicked. She threw down the binoculars and was about to rush out to save Hua Xiaoheng. Peter grabbed her and said calmly with drooping eyelids, "Don't cause trouble. Your man isn't that cowardly." Gun Yinji, she also felt that it shouldn't be, but knowing was one thing, and seeing it with her own eyes was another. Her heart shrank into a ball, and even her breathing was almost becoming difficult. "Really? Will he really be fine?" Gun Yinji murmured. She grabbed the handle of the car door, but no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't open it. She looked up and saw that the group fight seemed to have gone out of control. Someone suddenly fired a shot and hit Hua Xiaoheng in the chest. Then, the person quickly rushed forward and kicked Hua Xiaoheng hard. Hua Xiaoheng clutched his chest, and the expression on his face froze. He fell backward and fell into the sinkhole in the blink of an eye. This was today's first update, Chapter 1913, Go into the meeting alone. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's fourth update was to make up for yesterday's extra update. The second update was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The third and fourth updates were at 8 o'clock in the evening. The two updates were combined into one. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1925. Gun Yinji's face paled. She struggled desperately to open the car door and jump out. Peter grabbed her and said coldly, "Calm down. The show isn't over yet. They're all shot and falling out. How are we going to continue acting?" Gun Yinji was furious. She wanted to reach out and scratch the KGB agent who always had his eyelids drooped. "You make it sound like you don't know about bulletproof vests." Peter snorted disdainfully and glanced at her sideways. "They all say you're smart, but I don't think you're that smart." Yinji, damn it. She was being looked down on when she was feeling the most miserable. Should she find a piece of tofu to knock into? Peter stuffed the binoculars into her hands. "Keep looking. Don't cry. I'm not in the mood to coax you." Gun Yinji, she took a deep breath to suppress her uneasiness and anxiety and raised the binoculars again. She saw that the people on the other side seemed to be arguing again. Only Qin Bei and Lorraine were left. What else were they fighting for? Gun Yinji couldn't hear them and didn't understand. Peter was wearing a Bluetooth headset and could hear the people on the other side. It turned out that Qin Bei and Lorraine had a disagreement over how to treat Qin Yaowang. Lorraine said coldly, "And Gun Yinji, I know you kidnapped Gun Yinji. If she's useless, why did you kidnap her?" He hadn't mentioned a single word of this to the Soviet diplomat, Peter, because he didn't want the Soviets to notice Gun Yinji. The KGB had fought with them for Wenshui before, and now Qin Yaowang wanted to fight too. If Gun Yinji continued to fight, he really wouldn't be able to handle these people. Therefore, he had always pretended to be uninterested in Gun Yinji and waited for Qin Bei to make a move so he could reap the benefits. "Didn't you say that my daughter, Qin Yaowang, is the one with perfect genes? What do you want Gun Yinji for?" Qin Bei asked coldly. "I didn't take Gun Yinji away. If you don't believe me, search my car. Why would you put Gun Yinji in your car? Do you think I'm stupid?" Lorraine sneered. "I won't let anyone related to perfect genes go. You just said that there are a total of 3 people alive, and all of them are related to perfect genes. One is Wenshui, one is Qin Yaowang, and the other is Gun Yinji." Lorraine's expression was ferocious. "Tell me now, where's Gun Yinji?" Qin Bei clearly saw that the Soviet diplomat, Peter, was shot in the chest by one of Lorraine's men and then kicked into the sinkhole. Seeing that Lorraine was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, and that the bodyguard beside him seemed to be even more powerful than his own bodyguard, he could not help but feel a little panicked. He suddenly realized that he had nothing to rely on right now. If Lorraine did to him what he had done to Peter, would he still be alive? Qin Bei gritted his teeth and walked quickly to the car with his walking stick. "Since we can't come to an agreement today, we'll talk about it tomorrow. You want to leave?" Lorraine guffawed, his face filled with the ecstasy of victory. "Capture him. I don't care what you do. Pry his mouth open for me. I want to know where he kidnapped Gun Yinji." As he spoke, Lorraine waved his hand, and his bodyguards immediately surrounded Qin Bei. Qin Bei hardened his heart and suddenly turned around with a gun in his hand. He fired multiple shots at Lorraine's bodyguards. His marksmanship was unexpectedly accurate. One bodyguard was killed on the spot, another was wounded in the leg, and only one managed to dodge. Qin Bei's bodyguards also immediately raised their guns and fired a few more shots at Lorraine's bodyguards, killing all of them. Now it was Lorraine's turn to panic. He did not expect Qin Bei to be so ruthless as to dare to attack him. He said nervously, "Don't do anything stupid. Aren't you going to America? Do you think you can enter America safely without me? Dream on. Do you believe that as long as I have my daughter, Qin Yaoguang, and my granddaughter, Gunyinji, any country I want to go to will welcome me and treat me like an honored guest?" Qin Bei laughed, his face glowing with health and vigor. He put away his gun and walked towards Shaoheng's Soviet embassy car as he said, "But I've worked with Mr. Lorraine for many years and still have some ties. I'll let you go today. Go now before I change my mind." He actually did not dare to kill Lorraine. He could kill Lorraine's bodyguards, but it was mainly for self-protection. Killing them wouldn't be a big problem. But Lorraine was different. Qin Bei feared Lorraine to the bone. Even if he had the upper hand, he did not dare to attack Lorraine. However, just as he was walking towards Hua Xiaoling's car, a bullet suddenly flew from behind them and accurately hit Lorraine's leg. Lorraine had been pushed to the edge of the sinkhole by Qin Bei's bodyguards. Now that he was shot in the leg, he cried out in pain and lost his balance. He fell backwards into the sinkhole. Qin Bei turned around and saw Lorraine fall. He quickly raised his cane and pointed in that direction. "Who dares to shoot without my orders? Who did it?" His bodyguards all shook their heads and did not dare to admit who it was. They actually did not know who it was either. They were all worried that they had accidentally fired their guns. Qin Bei glared at them. "What are you waiting for?" His bodyguards quickly pulled on ropes and climbed down into the sinkhole. However, they had all gone very deep into the sinkhole and still did not see Lorraine. Not only did they not see Lorraine, but they also did not see the corpse of the Soviet diplomat, Peter. Where did he go? I think he probably rolled into the underground river below. Do you dare to go down? The bodyguards looked at the unfathomable underground river and shook their heads. When they climbed out of the sinkhole, they said in unison to Qin Bei, Lorraine and the diplomat fell into the underground river. Their bodies are in the middle of the river. It's not easy to fish them out. Fell into the underground river. Did you see the bodies? Qin Bei asked as he opened the car door. He immediately saw his daughter, Qin Yaoguang, lying on a makeshift stretcher. Her eyes were closed, and she was motionless. She looked like she was dead. His heart ached. They used to live the best lives. They had their own public company and respected social status. But now they had nothing. Qin Bei's bodyguards nodded. I saw them. If you don't believe me, you can go down and see for yourself. Qin Bei was so old. How could he climb down into the sinkhole himself? Even if he could, he wouldn't. What if someone shot him in the back when he went down? Qin Bei snorted and stepped aside. He waved his hand. Hurry up and bring my daughter out. He then called Peter. You can come out now. Did Gunyinji come with you? Peter answered the phone and nodded with a smile. Of course she came. You're all done? What else do you need my help with? You're my trump card. Of course, I have to save it for last. Qin Bei was in a good mood. Come over first. Help me go down and look for the bodies of those two people. He wanted to see them alive, and he wanted to see their bodies dead. Qin Bei wouldn't be at ease if he couldn't see the bodies. Peter snorted. That's not part of our contract. I'll only help you kidnap living people. Don't you just want more money? Qin Bei was full of pride. I also want you to be my lifelong bodyguard. You can name a price. Peter laughed. Boss, you're rich? Okay, I'll be right there. As he spoke, he sent the video he had just recorded to He Zichu and sent him a message. Done. He Zichu, who had been watching from afar, received the message and immediately said to his father, Dad, it's done. He then showed the video Peter had taken to He Changjian. They had been waiting here since 6 in the morning. They had set up everything and were just waiting for Qin Bei and Lorraine to come in. He Changjian sat in the bulletproof car, his face expressionless. He glanced at the video, and said calmly, "I really underestimated Qin Bei. Not only did he dare to kill a Soviet diplomat, but he also dared to attack Lorraine. Actually, the person who shot Hua Xiaoheng was Lorraine's bodyguard, but from the video, it seemed that the shot was fired from Qin Bei's bodyguard's side." He Ji-Chu snorted. What else wouldn't he dare to do? As the two of them spoke, they got out of their cars and brought a team of security personnel from the special forces with them. They quietly headed towards the Tunguska sinkhole. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1914, The Crooked. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the fourth watch to make up for yesterday's overtime. The third and fourth watch were the big chapters at 8 o'clock in the evening. The two watch periods were combined. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1926. Just as dawn broke, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin came over from the small path in the woods. The two of them arrived at Peter's car first and patted the door. When Peter saw them, he pushed open the car door and saluted them. "Just in time, I'll leave her to you. You girls are too annoying. I'd rather deal with those people on the other side." He glanced sideways at Gun Yinji and walked forward alone. When Gun Yinji saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally rolled down her cheeks. She jumped out of the car and threw herself into Lu Jin's arms. She sobbed and whispered, "Dad, Major General Hua was shot just now." Lu Yuan sighed at the side and said, "You're also confused because you're too concerned. Xiaoheng is your fiancé. Would your father leave him alone? He also wore a bulletproof vest designed and made by your father." Gun Yinji's tears disappeared in a flash, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Dad, is that true?" Lu Jin took out a tissue to wipe her tears and said with a sullen face, "It's fake. I don't see you care about your poor, helpless, and weak old father." Gun Yinji, on the other side of the sinkhole, Qin Bei was directing his bodyguards to enter the Soviet embassy's car to carry the person. He said repeatedly, "Be careful, don't use too much force, don't hurt her." The bodyguards were busy. They carried the entire makeshift stretcher out of the car. Peter walked over with drooping eyelids and stood beside him. Only then did Qin Bei realize that there was someone beside him. He turned around and didn't recognize him. He immediately became nervous. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" As he spoke, he scolded his bodyguards. "What are you all doing? You don't even know that someone is here?" Peter said expressionlessly, "Boss, we just contacted each other on the phone. Why didn't you recognize me in the blink of an eye?" Qin Bei's pupils constricted. "You're the elite leader of the mercenaries." "No, that person clearly didn't look like him." Qin Bei immediately knew that something was wrong. Along the way, he had this feeling many times. It was like a traveler walking in the mountains being stared at by a ferocious beast, as if there were thorns on his back. But every time, there would be a rational analysis of benefits, and the police would appear from time to time to interrupt his thoughts. Now, this idea had finally taken shape. Qin Bei quickly took a step away from Peter and asked cautiously, "Where's Gun Yinji? Where is she?" "She's still in the car. I've locked the door." "Don't worry, she can't run away," Peter said meaningfully. Qin Bei nodded slightly and said, "Your boss sent me a photo. Are you in disguise? You don't have to do that in front of me." Peter smiled and took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and gripped Qin Bei's arm like a pair of iron pincers. "I'm not in disguise. This is my true appearance." Qin Bei's pupils constricted. He pushed Peter hard, tried to push him away and hide behind his bodyguard. However, Peter didn't allow him to dodge. While sidestepping to avoid his push, he took out a gun with his other hand and quickly fired at the bodyguards in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, only one bodyguard was still standing. The others were lying on the ground, twitching. Blood flowed from behind them and gradually dyed the dark green grass red. Peter nodded to the bodyguard who was still standing. "Come here and help me tie him up." This person actually obeyed Peter's orders. He took out a rope and tied Qin Bei up like a dumpling. Qin Bei's entire body trembled. He looked at Peter, then at his bodyguard, and suddenly realized, "You were the one who fired the gun. You shot that Soviet diplomat. You were the one who kicked him off." The bodyguard nodded and smiled. Although the boss is old, he has good eyesight. Yes, it was me. He was obviously in cahoots with this elite mercenary leader, Fake, who had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Bei's face suddenly paled. He turned to look at the bottomless pit, then at the two smiling men in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who told you to do this? Aren't you just after money? I'll pay you double how much money they give you. No, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times." Peter didn't say anything, but he reached out and pulled Qin Bei back from the edge of the pit. "It doesn't matter if you want to die or live. It's not up to you." As he spoke, he and the other bodyguard circled behind Qin Bei and stood on the left and right sides, blocking the possibility of him jumping into the pit, although the possibility was very low and almost negligible. The fog finally dissipated in the open space in front of them. A group of people walked over from the entrance and gradually appeared in front of them, as if they were breaking through the clouds and fog. Qin Bei's eyes widened. "Young Master He? General He, why are you here?" He made up his mind and turned to look at Peter behind him. He quickly said, "Young Master He, General He, this person is a foreign mercenary. He kidnapped me. He kidnapped Nianji. You can't let him go." He Jichu scoffed. "He kidnapped Nianji? Qin Bei, you're really good at shifting the blame." As he spoke, he waved his hand. "Bring him up." Gu Nianji watched from afar. The person they brought up this time was actually the old man who had set a trap to capture her in Sea City. This person was one of the 3 people she and Hua Xiaoheng had gone to Sea City to investigate. He was also the last person, a friend of Qin Suan's father, Qin Huichang. He was more than 10 years younger than Qin Huichang, and of course, much younger than Qin Bei. Therefore, he didn't look as old as Qin Bei, but he was still over 60 years old. When this person was handed over to He Jichu, she didn't know how much inside information he had uncovered back then. Gu Nianji thought that this person must have given him evidence that was extremely unfavorable to Qin Bei. That was why He Chengjian had directly intervened in this matter. When Qin Bei saw this person, he finally felt that the situation was hopeless. His legs went limp, and he almost sat on the ground. "How is it? What else can you frame? Tell me all of it so that you don't have to say it a few times and keep everyone in suspense." He Jichu said coldly and kicked the friend. The man staggered a few steps forward. His legs went limp, and he knelt down. Qin Bei glared at the man and still insisted on being stubborn. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to extort a confession from us 2 old people? Let me tell you, Heaven's net has a long way to go. If you torture the old, you will suffer retribution. In my place, there are no old and young people, only good and bad people," He Jichu said lightly. "So what if they're old? Just because they're old, they can escape punishment? Ha! If you don't treat the old well, what about Gu Nianji? Are you going to ignore her?" Qin Bei raised his head. "Gu Nianji is still in my hands. If you don't let me go, Gu Nianji will immediately die in front of you." Peter sneered behind him. "Old man, have you forgotten about me?" Qin Bei didn't even turn to look at him. He said coldly, "I'll count to 1, 2, 3. If you don't let me go, I'll let her die in front of you." "That powerful?" He Jichu looked at him coldly. "But I'm not afraid. What should I do? She's your savior. Moreover, she's the one with perfect genes. Don't you need her at all?" Qin Bei was about to die, but he still didn't forget to sow discord. "She's the one with perfect genes? Why are you still throwing the blame around at a time like this?" He Jichu spun the gun in his hand in a circle and aimed it at the friend kneeling on the ground. He said coldly, "Your daughter, Qin Yaowang, is the one with perfect genes. How long do you want to hide it? She's not. She really isn't. Gu Nianji is. If you dare to touch me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives." Qin Bei looked at He Jichu in fear, then at He Chengjian, who had a gloomy expression on his face. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. He could only comfort himself that Gun Yinji was still in the car he had provided. He had detected the signal when he came, and the time bomb was intact. The car was parked not far away. Although the kidnapper leader was fake, he still locked Gun Yinji in the car. Qin Bei was betting that these people didn't know there was something fishy in the car, but his hope was immediately dashed. The sun suddenly rose from the mountains, and the morning glow dyed the forest. There was also sunlight jumping on the grass in the open space in front of them. 3 more people walked over in the direction of the rising sun. One of them was a young girl with delicate features and was exceptionally lively. She smiled faintly, but there was a dazzling beauty to it. The rising sun became her embellishment, and the smile on her face was even brighter than the sun. Qin Bei stared at Gun Yinji as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get out? Wasn't she locked in the car by Peter? But he quickly reacted and turned around to glare at Peter. You lied to me. Of course I lied to you. You already know I'm fake. Do you think I wouldn't lie to you? Peter's eyelids drooped, and he slapped Qin Bei. Speak properly. Don't look around. Qin Bei felt dizzy from the slap. He had no choice but to close his eyes and pant slightly. Gun Yinji came to He Jichu's side and looked up at his indifferent face. She smiled and said, Young master He, thank you for saving me. Hua Xiaoheng had already told her that He Jichu had arranged for Peter. Without He Jichu and He Changjian, the Soviet Union wouldn't have allowed their real KGBAs of the Far East, Peter, to accept the mission. Hua Xiaoheng's agreement with the Soviet Union could only stop at him using Peter's identity. He couldn't do anything higher. After all, with his identity, he didn't have the leverage to negotiate with the other party at a higher level. At this time, He Changjian and He Jichu's status came into play. He Jichu still had his hands behind his back and said calmly, Are you hurt? Did I scare you? After a pause, he added, Qin Ying is also responsible for this. I apologize to you on her behalf. Gun Yinji quickly waved her hand. No need, no need. Cousin Xie is fine. She would rather be beaten up by the other party than tell me where I was. I owe her a favor. You save her too. He Jichu lowered his eyes. If the other party hadn't used her to expose you, you wouldn't have suffered this fright. There's nothing I can do about it. Gun Yinji was very open-minded. Cousin Xie was kept in the dark about a lot of things, so she couldn't have thought like us. In the face of such a sensational revelation, even if she knew there was a problem with the motive behind it, she wouldn't have thought it would be so serious. He Jichu sighed softly. Yinji, don't speak up for her like that. I feel even more guilty if you do. All right, young master let's talk about this later. Gun Yinji smiled as she looked at the friend kneeling in front of her. Her expression darkened. What did that person say? I'm also very curious about the truth of what happened back then. Without a doubt, He Changjian and He Jichu had brought this friend here to confront Qin Bei because they wanted to find out the truth about Qin Suan's family's accident back then. He Jichu turned a glance at Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, who were standing behind Gun Yinji, and nodded slightly at them. He Changjian looked at Gun Yinji as if he was looking at Qin Suan from back then. Although the two of them looked completely different, the way they spoke and even the way they walked were extremely similar. He looked away and said coldly to the person in front of him, Tell me, how did you collude with Qin Bei to frame the Suan family back then? This person had been interrogated by He Jichu for 2 months, and he was already scared out of his wits. When He Changjian asked, he immediately pointed at Qin Bei in front of him and said fearfully, It was him. He ordered me to do it. You're slandering me. Qin Bei was about to rush forward, but Peter grabbed his arm. He continued to say indignantly, This is slander. Show me the evidence. Gun Yinji felt disgusted when she saw Qin Bei. She waved her fist at him. What are you yelling about? Do you really think that after so many years, there's really no evidence? Do you believe that I'll find evidence for you and convince you? Peter, who was standing behind Qin Bei, pursed his lips speechlessly. In his opinion, what evidence was there to find? This old man's entire fortune proved that he had come from a shady background. He should be shot dead. Unfortunately, He didn't have the right to decide and could only watch from the sidelines. Qin was silenced by Gu Nianji's words. He had seen Gu Nianji in several court hearings and was extremely afraid of her talent in the law. He Jichu said calmly, "Continue." The friend, who was kneeling on the ground, cried bitterly. His hands were propped on the grass, and his shoulders were shaking as he said, "I was confused for a moment. I was blinded by greed. Brother Qin has always been very good to me. I shouldn't have watched Qin frame his family for a little money. I'm guilty. Guilty." Qin couldn't help snorting when he heard this, but he still closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "You're saying that you knew it was Qin who framed lawyer Qin Suan and his family, but you didn't say anything? How much hush money did Qin give you? Your house in Sea City is worth an astronomical price. Just the hush money alone is worth that much?" The shoulders of the friend shook again. He still lowered his head and gritted his teeth, refusing to reveal the key points. He knew that if he really revealed everything, he would be dead meat. However, none of the people present were people who could be fooled. Gu Nianji took a step forward and asked calmly, "Lawyer Qin Suan's father, Mr. Qin Huichong, isn't familiar with Qin at all. Tell me, how did you convince Mr. Qin Huichong to go from refusing to sell the land to agreeing to sell it?" This was the crux of the entire case. The friend, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have lost all his strength and couldn't even kneel anymore. He immediately collapsed on the grass. This is the third and fourth chapter of today's chapter, chapter 1915, The Trial of the Three Courts. To only reading makes people happy in life. The Alliance Leader, in July, 100,000 Chidian coins, 2 additional chapters. Thank you for your support. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were a total of 4 chapters today to make up for yesterday's additional chapter. Moi, everyone, little angels, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.